Okay.
My wonderful.
For the afternoon session, we are going to start with something that we
On my camera. You gotta turn on my camera. Are you ready?
go ahead. We're going to start with what we call behavioral job descriptions. And this is a session that we rolled out last year, and we got very positive feedback on it. And we kind of combined different topics that we discussed when we met in person. So, Bob, we're going to turn it over to you.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. You can bring up the slides.
Give me 1 second. Can you all see those slides?
There we go.
Yes.
All right, cool. So this is a little discussion of the assistant governor job description, and more to the point, what my expectations are of our relationship going forward during the coming year. There's such thing as a formal job description. We have sort of one in our bylaws. It's real broad. When it talks about assistant governors, lieutenant governors, it says their responsibilities are at the discretion of the district governor. So that's what we're going to discuss today. So my wish is for us to help our clubs realize the Rotary International vision. And what is that vision? The vision is that together we see a world where people come together and take action to make lasting change throughout the world, in our communities, and in ourselves. And we're going to help our clubs do that. And just as important, or even more important than what, is how we go about doing that. Next slide. Last year, or 2 weeks ago, your district governor chain and committee chairs got together to update our district strategic plan and goals to meld with and to dovetail with the incoming Rotary International president's goals for the district, for Rotary International. And we're going to go over those more in the next section. But what we want to do is help our clubs now craft their goals to complement and support those Rotary objectives. By doing so, we will help the clubs reach the 4 Rotary objectives, which are to increase their impact in their communities and in the district, expand the reach and growth, expand their reach through the growth of their membership and opening new clubs, enhance participant engagement by being more inclusive and by our leadership training, and then help our clubs adapt as we change, as we come out of this COVID world, this pandemic, how we can help them adapt to the new world that we're coming into. We've already talked about that in our breakout sessions already. Next slide. How we treat each other, how we treat others is more important than the services we provide. I'll let you read this slide.
And I did not create a Zoom poll question, so please disregard that.
But we do have Zoom poll questions coming up, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Just not that one.
All right. Right. Okay. So again, it's studies have shown that it's not what you provide so much as the way you treat people. There's an old saying that people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And so I really want you to go into your relationships with your clubs with that idea of you're there to serve them, to help them be all they can be and realize their goals. in essence, you thank them for giving you the opportunity to be of service to them. You know, there's many different styles of leadership, and all based on the circumstances we find ourselves in. There's more command style leadership that's appropriate for short-term and intense objective accomplishment. And then there's more of a collaborative type of leadership called servant leadership. Next slide. Servant leaders are there to help the people they serve. Even though they're leaders, they are actually serving the people that they're leading, and they're guiding towards their goals. It's a desire to help clubs achieve their needs, not our needs, and mentor our club's leaders to help them become better leaders and continue to help them grow in leadership so they can assume greater roles down the road. We've done really well over the last couple of years adapting a culture of kindness and respect. Governor Sunny has really made this a cornerstone of her year, and I think we made great progress in that. We work together with the four-way test in a much greater way now. We're much kinder in our communications and the way we deal with each other. Although there have been instances where people have been less than respectful, I think in general our district has been very adaptive in becoming more kind and respectful of the way we deal with each other. And we'll continue to do that in our district in our dealings with our clubs and our members. We want to improve and continue to increase the way we communicate. There's three main ways of communication, as we know. There's verbal communication like we're doing now, written communication, and visual communication. Probably the visual communication is one of the overlooked and one of the more important ways of communicating. I want you to be sensitive to the way you interact with the people that you communicate with in your visits to the clubs, and be sensitive with their verbal cues, so we can improve the communication that we have with our clubs. I need you to walk the talk. What does that mean? Clint, when I say walk the talk, what does that mean to you?
Well, I think it means that you really need to be willing to do whatever you're asking people to do.
That's exactly right. Yeah, that's right. Walk the talk. In your involvement in your own club. We ask people to be involved in their clubs. You should be involved in your club as well on projects and in their events. You should be a contributor to the foundation, because we certainly encourage our clubs to contribute to the foundation. You should be as well through Paul Harris Fellowships and Polio Plus, and even in planned giving, thereby being a good example of what a complete Rotarian is to your clubs. Be an active member of the clubs that that you're assigned and you help. Go to their meetings. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute, but be just like one of their members. Go to their meetings, be involved in their activities, read their newsletters, stay up on their activities, and participate in all their functions. So in summary, just sort of be a good example of what a Rotarian is. And then keep me advised of what's going on with your clubs. That's probably a very key is I can't, I'm going to visit one club, each club once this year. And so I'm going to really count on you to feed me the information on what's going on with clubs, not only the challenges they have, but the successes they're accomplishing. And so we're going to want to have good feedback from you on how your clubs are doing, and solicit help from the district to help your clubs achieve their goals and overcome their issues. So we're going to take a break now, and we're going to ask some poll questions to help me understand how you feel we can best interact. So go ahead, Jeff, let's bring up the first one.
Okay.
How often is it reasonable for you to attend a function in each of your clubs? It could be a project, a club visit, a board meeting. How often? Go ahead and vote. I'll give you 30 seconds. Jeff, when you think you have all the answers, go ahead and bring it up.
Okay. Five more seconds.
Okay. So roughly two-thirds believe quarterly is right. Small percentage say a monthly or bi-monthly, every other month. So that's good to know. One person thinks it's semi-annual. I'm not going to do that. Okay, let's go to the next question. How often would it be most effective to meet with me to discuss your clubs and get district issues and updates? So how often would it be appropriate for you to meet with the district governor?
Okay, 5 more seconds.
Jeff, you look like a rubber.
Trying to steal the show. Well, we've got quite a breadth of answers here. About 1 out of 4 believe monthly is appropriate. Nearly half think every other month. And a full third think quarterly engagements are appropriate. So that's good to know. Good to know. Thanks. Let's go to the next one. So, as an assistant governor, it's my responsibility, it's your responsibility to find and groom the next assistant governor, lieutenant governor for your club's action team, your clubs or your action team. Strongly agree to strongly disagree. So, is it your responsibility to find your replacement and get him or her ready to take over that role?
Five seconds.
So almost 9 out of 10 believe that it's either agree or strongly agree that it's your responsibility to groom your replacement, your succession, build your succession plan into your operations. And I would appreciate that. Do we have one more, Jeff, or is that it?
That was it.
That was it. Okay. Okay. So before we break into our breakout sessions to discuss a couple questions here, just in summary, we're all servant leaders. We're here to help our clubs achieve their goals and to share the district and the Rotary International objectives to help them tailor their goals to the direction that Rotary International is heading. So we're all moving in the same direction in our own individual ways. And to get to be a member of their clubs, to walk the talk, do what you expect them to do yourself, and to give good feedback to the district governors and the district, so the district can be as supportive of the clubs as possible. So let's go to the last slide there, Jeff, will you please?
Okay, give me 1 second.
So Jeff's going to put us into breakout sessions, and we're going to discuss 2 issues. For current or veteran governors, assistant governors, and lieutenant governors, what's worked well in your interactions with your clubs in the district, and what has been less effective you thought would work and it has not worked out so well, or activities you've been asked to do that haven't worked out so well. And for you newbies, and there's a few of you out there, I wish there were more, what behaviors do you bring to your new role, as leaders that you can exploit in your new role. So what behaviors have you adopted or received over the years that you can take into your new role? Okay, Jeff.
So in response to walking the talk, we're going to have our illustrious Governor Chain facilitate breakout rooms. So Bob is going to facilitate one, and Sonny will facilitate one, and John will facilitate one. And we will reconvene at 1:30. Okay, here we go.
Welcome to our breakout room. Jeff, do you want to report out after this session?
It's up to Bob if we have time.
Okay. So if we're going to share what we discuss here, would somebody serve as kind of like a secretary or take notes so that we could?
Oh,
Seeing no volunteers. I guess that will be Scott. Thank you. Appreciate that. And Scott, you're a current AG, going to become an LG, right?
that's correct.
Good, good, good. So what works well? Or what have you found that works well?
Personal phone calls.
Personal phone calls
Yes.
with your
One-on-one.
Email.
One-on-one.
And Nikki, were you talking about with your club presidents or with who?
With whoever wants to contact me. Every time I talk to a club, I give them my phone number. And sometimes I get a call, sometimes I don't, but I always make regular calls to the club presidents one-on-one.
Cool, good. Very good. And email, somebody said emails as well.
Now, I do email, but the people that I'm communicating with, they both work in full-time job. So
Yeah,
I found that I email first thing in the morning, and they've got the day to respond, and usually they respond in the afternoon. And they're very good about responding. Email works best for me and for them.
gotcha. Good. Anything else that works well? Scott?
Well, just to tag on that a little bit, I think it depends on the club president that you're working with, email or phone call, but I find the phone call with the club president being more personal, and allows them to be more open toward you as well. They don't have the whole club hearing what they're saying. So they feel a little more free to discuss any issues they might have with their club.
Very
Yeah.
good.
I believe in that too. As an LG, I usually make my phone either email or make a phone call to each lieutenant, each AG on there personally, because you don't want to discuss everything with all the AGs there and everything. So I just make it, if I have a question to ask, like if I have a question to ask Nikki, I would email her or call her and say, Nikki, I need to talk to you about this or something like that.
Yeah,
That
Good.
way it's more personal. You at least doing similar to a face-to-face, but more personal. The phone call is more personal, and
Gotcha.
you're touching base with them.
yeah. Good. I was taking notes when Jeff was doing those polls because as a DG nominee, I have a couple of years to get ready for this, and not really a couple of years, but
It goes fast, John.
it does, I'm telling you. And I'm wondering also if that's a decent way to keep in touch with the club presidents. I mean, we can Sonny has done a great job of monthly doing a Zoom call with all the AGs and LGs, which is a great way to keep up and in contact. And then if you're in turn keeping up with your presidents, and it should be a two-way communication street, you know, so that if you're communicating to them, then you can tell the district leadership what's going on, where they might need help and stuff like that. I think it's a great communication tool. And so I'm looking at that saying, wow, I wonder if presidents want to hear from the DG more often, but that's what you guys are there for. So, yeah. And it does take time for us to build the culture that we are at a district level are really there to serve the club. And so it's going to be as we build relationships and continue to keep in contact. And when they have an issue and they come to you with an issue, that it just doesn't fall there. It's followed up with, you know, that relationship will begin to be built, and they'll say, oh yeah, this is a pretty good thing. So Clint does that. Keeps up with his clubs fairly regularly, don't you, Clint?
Yes, yes. But we're a close circle of friends, so it's a little easier, I think. But so it's.
Anything else working good for you guys?
I believe that if once you get to know the clubs, you know, like I've gotten to know the El Paso club quite well and everything, and you feel comfortable with them talking to you, or you going to their meetings and stuff like that, that you learn a lot about the clubs and what you can see what their problem is, whether they are having problems with stuff and things and other stuff. And knowing your AGs, which is very important, the ones that are below you, you get a lot as an LG. You learn a lot about them.
Yes.
You do learn a lot, and communicating to them that you are there to help them if they have a problem, and you will find a solution to the problem, either by discussing it with the leadership and stuff like that. But you try to work with them so that you can at least help them solve the problem, because we're all looking for a solution for that problem.
I found, just sharing my experience, I found as an AG, when I would visit a club, they were kind of open to me. Not really, they didn't understand why I was there and all of that. When I then became a lieutenant governor, and I went to visit the clubs, it was like I was the governor, I was the district governor. It's a whole different aspect of it. And if, as lieutenant governors, if you take the time to go visit a club, they think they really appreciate that, because it's like, again, like it's the governor line coming to visit their club again. And they get to brag on what they've been doing, and projects they've been involved in, grants that they've been involved in, and stuff like that. And then one of the important things, I think, was I would come back, even as an LG, I would do a report so that the district governor would know that I visited the club. And if there were issues, not just issues, but good things happening too, you can share that up the line as well.
Right.
It helps.
John?
Yes, sir.
If I can follow up with a question, so in terms of what has been working well, did you have to make any adjustments to your interactions with your clubs and your club leadership through the pandemic? And if so, what adjustments did you make?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, I think it's had a big impact because some clubs are meeting virtually and some are meeting in person, actually. Dan's club meets in person. And I've got another club that doesn't meet at all. So trying to address those different options there has certainly been a challenge. I think the Zoom meetings have had some real benefits in some ways. I mean, you lose the personal contact, but it allows people to attend the meetings that wouldn't otherwise probably. And not just in the club meetings, but in the area president's council. I found that to be a real benefit that we can have remote presidents attend the same meeting on Zoom that they wouldn't be able to otherwise. I think that's worked out really well. But yeah, it's the communication issue. Doing something on Zoom is different. You can't talk to multiple people privately. You're talking to everybody at once. That's the challenge.
Building the friendships involves a lot of what we can't do right now. And the most important thing was not just to attend a meeting, but I found out when every activity was and try to go with an AG or myself, whoever's available, to those events as they occur. And that hits the four-way test on building those friendships beyond just visiting with a club.
Yeah, I believe the council of president is important and we should have more of it because you learn so much from the if you cannot attend a regular club meeting, you can at least know the project. And I know the El Paso clubs, they report on every single project that they working on, whether it's each club or whether it's a combined club event, clubs activities. So it really makes a difference on knowing that you have people that are just working towards getting during the pandemic, especially to get what they want to accomplish in the community, that they are working towards the community and stuff like that.
Yep. I had the privilege of attending a couple of the El Paso Council of Presidents meetings, and just to hear them report on how different, as Leah said, as people came together, clubs came together to help each other and to do some projects, especially over the holidays and things like that, made them much larger than any one club could do on its own. And it also afforded opportunity for other club members to get involved in something that if they were looking for something to be involved in, here's an opportunity. So good stuff.
Yeah, very good stuff.
I do want to speak from experience. We've all talked about these positive projects that we're working on. I do want to let you know that when I was president of my club, we did have a very serious issue that happened before I came on board. But what I got to be a neutral party, and the district governor and the assistant governor were very good about taking the bull by the horn, and they took that problem away from me. I want you all to be aware of that. That is very comforting to go through, and I was very appreciative of the help from the district at that time.
Good.
Therefore, when you build the relationship and you keep that going for many, many years, every once in a while you'll have somebody who may pop up to create a problem. You know you have districts behind your back.
Good stuff. Okay, so what's not working so well?
COVID-19.
COVID.
COVID's not working.
COVID's working well to disrupt everything, so.
Well, teach me how to get a shot and I'll be a happy camper.
Yeah, me too. I have called every single pharmacy in town and they keep telling me, you'll get your turn when it's your turn.
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly. We just have to be patient, girls. I know it sounds trite, and my doctor tells me, but you're at risk. And it's like, well, they don't think so. So anyway, we just have to be patient. We just have to be
One of the things I've learned about COVID, and this is in my job, this is in Rotary, everything, is to sit back and say, folks, we need to streamline. We need to be more efficient. And do we need to be doing that? Or do we need, we like to go, 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 go and do all these things and jump through hoops. Let's sit back and say, do we need to do that? And let's focus on a few things and enjoy it and have fun. That's what I've learned from COVID and anything. Yeah.
Good.
Good point, Betty.
Yeah, very, that was good.
It's making me appreciate everybody more. I miss my friends. And, honestly, I've lost some friends over the last couple of months, and I've got one of my best friends is in the hospital now. And it breaks my heart that I can't go and hug her. But we just take one day at a time and just, as I tell people, just breathe. We focus on what's important in life, our family and the people we love. And we stop and think, read our magazine. Rotary is doing so many wonderful things. We're blessed to have an organization and be a part of an organization that does so many wonderful things right now in the world, in spite of this horrible, horrible disease. So we're blessed, guys, and we just can't get impatient right now. We've come too far.
True.
So that's my take on it.
Well, I think it's very important that we're having this meeting because it certainly makes me feel a lot better. And I'm glad Linda is here.
I'm glad you're
And
here.
it's because at this point, as a healthcare worker, I'm in isolation, presumed positive at the moment. So,
Oh, Clint.
so I'm gonna be strong, and I'm gonna know that all the measures that we put in place, in 8 more days, we'll be talking about how much fun we had today.
Exactly.
Well, we send you many blessings and, all the best wishes.
Thank you.
Regardless of what, or if you do have a particular God or religious philosophy, I am a firm believer that the positive of this is it's made us slow down and look.
You're exactly right.
Yeah.
John, you asked what isn't working. I've looked, and watched things over some years, and the AGs that fail are those who let their ego get in the way, and they go in with, "I'm the superior one. I know what I'm doing," rather than finding out where their clubs are coming from. And I think that is the biggest downfall that AGs have had. Most AGs we have are just other Rotarians coming to the meeting.
Yep.
And that works too. There's some ones that have a few more tricks in their bag, but and they offer them to the club if they want them. So
Yep.
Yeah, don't read that badge too seriously. We are just people.
yeah, the important word is assistant.
Yeah,
Exactly. There you go. There you go.
yeah. In reality, I prefer not to even wear a badge. That way, I am just a person, just like anybody else, a Rotarian, just like everybody else is. And if you want me to advise you, then I'll be glad to sit down and advise you, and not go, "Oh, you should do this way, this way, this way, this way." Where's your report? It's better to just listen before acting.
Exactly.
It is their club. It is their club.
That's right.
And they have a board, and They
And
can
it's
solve
best
their
to
own
listen.
problems. Listening, actually, most of the time, they already know the answer. They just want to feel comfortable speaking it and hearing it spoken.
Yeah,
And
and
they-
also that,
most of the time, they know the right thing to do,
Mhm,
you know.
yes, it's best to just listen and
Uh-huh.
see where, if they're really asking for help, or if they will answer their own question, and you're just listening to see, to listen to them, because they want somebody listening to them. That's what they want, is somebody to listen to what they have.
Good.
John, can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
I'm curious, one of the points in Bob's PowerPoint was the idea of being proactive as an assistant governor, not just waiting for the crisis phone calls. I'm curious, especially if you can recall the first year that you were an assistant governor, because you're all experienced. Did it take a while to figure out how proactive to be? What was too much, what was not enough, and how you came to that balance?
Oh, yeah. I was the small town kid in terms of where I had grown up. And so I kind of became the quote expert in my group about small towns. But I had Mountain Air and Carrizozo, both of who were in trouble for different reasons at that time. And they both met on Thursday. It ended up, the other club I had was Albuquerque del Norte and Estancia. They took Estancia away when they gave me Carrizozo. But Del Norte was an oiled machine. I mean, it was working. It was a large club. It used the bureaucratic breakdown of Rotary with the committees and the board, and it was really a going concern. And going in there, about all you could do is stand in the background and clap. But they wanted you there in the background to clap. All right. And I ended up, between Mountain Air and Carrizozo, I put 16,000 miles on my vehicle that year. I'm the reason mileage is not reimbursable.
Thank you.
But that's what happened, where I had to be. And I know Del Norte felt slighted finally. In fact, they told me they did because I wasn't getting there often enough. And I had to correct myself and get there. One of the other clubs probably thought I was getting there too much, but it was a real struggle to not be seen in those two clubs as the guy coming in to tell them what to do, instead of the guy coming in to help them, help other people see what that club is actually doing. Because they were both doing a lot in their communities. So the struggle was where does my time go? How do I do it? And just because the club is doing well, I got the message very strongly that they still wanted the assistant governor there. And I corrected that, but that was something that squeaky wheels get the grease, and I didn't pay enough attention to regular maintenance. So
I had a little different experience my first year, kind of the reverse maybe of Dan, coming from a larger club to smaller clubs. And I had not been to another Rotary club before. So to walk into another club, especially a smaller club, and to see how they operate was just almost a shock to me. Because I could sit there and say, well, this they're not doing this, they're not doing this, they're not doing this. But they have their own character, their own way of running their club that works for them. And so I had to just kind of calm down a little bit and realize that, yes, this is still a Rotary Club. They're doing their thing, they're getting it done. So the question about being proactive is, I think you've got to know the club first to know when to be proactive and when to let them do their thing. That would be my takeaway.
Yeah. I
And
learned that too.
My first year as an AG, I had a club in El Paso that was small, was used to doing their own thing. And when I walked in, I was kind of told to sit at the back of the room and not say anything. Yeah, that works real well with me, doesn't it?
I was gonna say that works with you, Linda, doesn't it?
This went on for a while, and the district kind of told me there was a problem going on here, and they weren't paying their bills. That was the biggest problem. So I kind of had to talk to them. That didn't go over real well. As we proceeded, this club had decided they were going to close. They wanted to go bye-bye, each their own separate ways. They had arguments going on, and I kept trying not to take sides, but one would call me at home this way, one would come, and I was like, you need to have a board meeting, and I'm sure you can work it out in the board meeting. I was trying not to get in the middle. That was my first year, and it was like, ooh, I'm not so sure I'm cut out to be an AG. And Jesse was my lieutenant governor. And Jesse would say, you're not writing anything in the AG report. And I was like, no, I'm not going to write this in the AG report. So, you know, but it was a good learning experience, because you have to learn that you have the great ones, that you want to gravitate toward them. Just like Dan was saying, oh, those are the great meetings you want to go to, and you love those people. But the ones that really need you, no matter how bad they are, those are the ones that you have to roll up your sleeves, take a deep breath and say, okay, I'm here. What can you do to resolve it? Even if you're going to close the door, let me get the book out. Let me see A, B, and C, how we do it the correct way.
Yeah.
So that we can all walk away friends. And a lot of them walked away and joined other clubs and were friends today. So we did it the right way. But they just weren't made for that club together. They didn't belong there. But that was a fun time.
Morning, Fred.
What?
Saying morning to Fred.
Oh,
He's asleep over there.
who's Fred?
Actually, it's afternoon.
Yeah, it is.
I just spent my time. I just got back from Maui, and I had to go down to the pit to get my shot.
Oh.
Good for you.
Hello, Fred.
All
You are alive. You're not traveling.
right. We're good.
Good.
Anybody else about how to, when you know you're to be proactive, or how long it takes you to figure that out? I had a similar question. Now that I have this position, I asked several of my other district governor friends, when do I, how do I as a district governor know when to go to my own club, my home club, and say, hey, we need to get things in place here. And they said, well, you know, be careful with that. You know?
You may have to change clubs.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
In reality, John, your own club is the hardest one to do anything with.
Not really.
You know,
It's just
they are
figuring
the
out.
hardest one to do anything with. They look at you and they go, huh? What are you talking about? You are a club member. Yes.
John,
But,
I think part of that is the biggest guide I used in dealing with my own club was that I had to step back and respect the leadership that was there and
Exactly.
give them the opportunity to do things.
Yep.
If there was something I was required to say by RI, I would say it.
exactly.
But that was that president's year, and I'm not there to rain on their parade.
Exactly. And that's the advice I received from my other past district governor friends. And they also said, remember though also that we're all Rotarians.
To take those clubs over.
I think I'm glad too.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
see how it goes.
It's a pretty drive. It's a nice drive.
Sounds good.
Excuse me, everyone. Bob, can I ask you a quick question?
You may.
The group that I was in, they would like us to consider if we can do a quick report out.
Yeah,
We reconvene. Would you all be ready to do that? And we would start at 1:30?
yeah. Or we could even do it. I was going to suggest we have a report out as well.
Okay.
I was thinking of doing it at 1:30 is fine. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go check in with Sunny. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Things they're going to do is right now, if you want to give to polio, you have to set it up to give to polio. And if you want to give to annual, then you have to set another one up. Apparently within the year, they will have it set up that you can split your monthly contribution. But
Didn't know that. That's great.
Sunny, can I interrupt? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
We're going to reconvene at 1:30. The other breakout rooms would be interested in doing a report out when we reconvene as a full group. Would you all be ready to do that?
Sure.
Report out? Okay, so we'll reconvene at 1:30.
Okay. I was just going to mention everyone while we have each other. We haven't talked about what doesn't work, and I want
their way, each one of us serve our own way, and stuff like that.
Good. Very good. What one piece of advice would you give to some of these new assistant governors that are coming up through the ranks?
Just be themselves. That's the main thing. Be yourself. Be ready to help if you ask. Be on the lookout for and do not try to take over the club, any club. Be yourself, but at the same time, help them. If they ask for your help, you need to be open and help them. That's the main thing that I've found. You need to be yourself. Don't try to act above them, or just be yourself.
Gotcha.
I think the main thing, everyone's a Rotarian.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you have a little different way to serve, and you'll find your way in it.
That's right.
Exactly. Good. And I don't think one thing I did as an assistant governor and as a lieutenant governor as well, I never went to a club meeting that I was visiting looking for trouble.
Yeah.
I never did. I never went there expecting to find issues and problems at all. I just went to see, just go to observe and see what's going on. And
it'll find you.
That's what I said. It'll find you.
Yeah, it will find you. It's like a black snake. It finds you wherever you
Look for the strengths.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Find your passion though, as you go with the clubs, with the projects and the service projects, because along the line, they'll want you to participate once in a while in their events.
Yes.
And, find passion in what they're doing. it makes it so much easier because they have wonderful service projects and it gets to be fun. Drag your wife or husband along. You know, it becomes fun.
Yep.
Make fun out of it. It's not a chore. What? What are you laughing at me about?
No, just the chore part. I was just thinking about training can be a chore too, but it's fun.
Well,
I'll
yeah,
wear a
if
hat.
you wear a mask.
Yeah.
I'd find it a chore too. It's supposed to be down here, Jeff. Your nose is showing.
Not a good mask.
I think you need a bigger hat.
It keeps falling off his head. Yeah.
So
Takes the glare off.
I would like to compliment Jeff because, you know, as Dan just mentioned, find your way. I learned pretty early in Rotary that no matter what you're asked to do, you kind of have to find your way through it. And by the time you're done, you figured out what it was you were supposed to do. But with the instruction that Jeff provides, it's certainly helped a lot. And I think this year as an AG, the Learning Center that we've been pointed to, I've said this before, apologize, but there's just some really good guidelines in some of those Learning Center modules, especially the ones for the AGs. And just a checklist on things you can do to prepare yourself for a meeting and to work with clubs. I wish we'd had that previously. It's really good discipline.
It has improved significantly.
I'll be right
Yes.
back.
Really.
And Jeff, you have been doing a fantastic job at putting those those things together for us, because it's a lot of work, but it is really, really helpful for all of us, I think.
Just happy to serve. We have a few minutes left. I was going to ask just a follow-up kind of on what you were just alluding to. I am also curious, you know, the notion of being yourselves makes total sense. You're also serving different district governors each year you're serving in this role.
Right.
So Gary is Gary, and Sonny is Sonny, and Bob is Bob, and John is John. And assistant governors and lieutenant governors are also, I don't know what the right word is, projections of the district governor. Have you found, since all of you are experienced, any slight adjustment in how you do your assistant governor or lieutenant governor role based on who the district governor is?
That's a good question.
Yes.
None of us have served on the Bob yet, but I mean, we mostly serve right now serving on the Sunny, you know, but there probably will be an adjustment to be made a little bit, you know, because everybody, each one has a different way of looking at things. But I think I myself find myself to where I can work with either one of them, and you know, I have always been ready to help with anything Gary asks, or Sonny or Bob has asked me to do, and I'm ready to help with that. You know, so I think it takes a little bit changing a little bit of your thinking and pattern and how you work, but everybody, you know, I think we all are ready to serve, and we you know, we accept the position that because they, you know, if you didn't want to, you could always have said, no, I don't want to serve anymore, you know, and stuff like that in that position.
I think probably in recent history, starting with Linda to Gary to Sonny, you know, is the governor line has developed more of a shared vision.
Exactly.
And I think that's partly the product of the long range planning, partly the product of them working closely together and collaborating. And I think that makes an easier transition. Doesn't mean that everyone does everything the same or has the same expectation, but at least for those 3 years for an AG, they have an idea of where the district is going. And what they learned one year is still going to apply next year.
Exactly.
I think it's a very hopeful time, the way the district has been moving.
Agreed.
I think also that the Rotary International has changed the rules a little bit so that, you know, the governor, the district is more open and allows the LG and AG to do a little more, you know, and stuff like that than it was before. I really think that has a lot to do with it, you know, and including in the training, we all get the training and the governor's there, the district, everybody's there to be included in that training and learn a little bit about open about what's going on and everything. Or even the foundation, even working with the foundation, you know, it's a lot easier to work with the foundation than it used to be.
Let's hope so.
That's changing, Leah.
Oh yeah, that's right. We have a new foundation. That's right. That's right.
All right. We can fix that. You know, in everybody's defense, a few years ago, we didn't, excuse me, I have a dog that's going through separation from me. I'm sorry. It's just like a child. A few years ago, we did not have all of these tools. We didn't have Zoom. We didn't have all of this. So it seemed like this huge district seemed very segmented. And we only saw each other a couple of times a year. And so, of course, Albuquerque was the big boys. And I'm just saying that. And Jeff and I used to talk about that and laugh about it actually at a point in time. And down here was the South. And the two didn't meet. You know, now we have Zoom. We have all this other stuff that I found about today, these links that I have no idea what they are. But everybody is like just a Zoom away. So we're all neighbors now.
Yeah, but I don't think
Dan didn't have those tools. You know,
I don't
Dan
think-
was out there by himself.
I don't
Yeah,
think
at that time, because we had already, I was the third governor in a row from the Albuquerque metro area.
Mhm,
So I had my conference in Las Cruces
mhm.
because I was trying to reach out to El Paso.
right.
You know, we had that time we had to do physical assemblies, and I had to do them at 9 assemblies throughout the district, Alpine, El Paso, you know, Farmington, all over.
Mhm.
So that's why
Okay,
we
yeah.
switched to that.
All right, Bob, we'll close the rooms in a minute and then we'll do report outs.
All right. We've done one more poll, see who's been vaccinated.
I got vaccinated early because I'm a high risk just by existing.
Yeah. I got my first shot 2 days ago.
I got both shots.
Oh, wow.
No good reason. Just they picked me. I got lucky.
Does anybody know, did they finally approve that Johnson & Johnson one? I didn't hear.
Yesterday, yeah.
They
Yeah.
did. Yep.
Yeah. So it's shipping.
Bob, do you want to lead the report out discussion?
I'll start. Yeah, we'll just do it by breakout. Well, let's just go. Why don't you lead it by number?
Okay.
Run through whatever.
All right.
Oh my God.
All right.
The message landed, Governor Tom, even though we had to cut you off in mid-sentence.
I couldn't have timed it any better.
Okay, we're going to do quick report outs. So let's hear from John Jerusalem's room.
That was Scott.
That would be me. Now I've got to be able to read my own writing, so.
Oh, no.
What's worked well from the assistant governor is basically, we talked about initial phone calls, getting to know club presidents personally away from the club, to be able to communicate and allow them to open up without having club members around them so they could say what they felt, what they thought, how the club was doing. And emails worked well as far as communicating. But the one-on-one personal approach has worked very well. It's important for the LGs to attend as many club meetings and club events as possible because those club members feel like the district is involved with their clubs. In addition to the AG, the LG can show up on occasion, then they're also showing that interest and support for the clubs. And it hopefully brings those clubs closer to the district officers as well. So they're not feeling that the district is one level and the clubs are another level and they don't really communicate well. Part of our role is to communicate with those clubs. Zoom has had both a positive and a negative effect. And it allows all of us to get together right now when we wouldn't be able to otherwise, but we're all aware of the lack of personal connectivity through Zoom and the noise issues and everything that goes with it. But it does allow a lot of things to occur that probably wouldn't happen otherwise. President's Council, we all felt was a very positive thing. And being able to open that up district-wide is going to have some positive impact on the entire district. And my personal feeling is even once we get to the point where we can get together person to person, it might still be wise to have the occasional Zoom meeting, maybe even every other month, so that more remote clubs can still attend those meetings. Whereas otherwise, the Gallup president's not going to drive to Albuquerque for a 7:30 meeting and then turn around and drive home. So this does create some opportunities that we haven't had in the past. On the downside, obviously the COVID impact has been a negative and a challenge, I guess I should say, for how clubs operate and how we operate as assistant governors. What? No, it's true. Let's see. We actually found more positive as we talked about the negatives. One comment was that assistant governors that fail usually let their egos get in the way. They show up to a club meeting and try to tell them what to do or act as if they are above the club members. And that's obviously not the way to approach a club. Dan Garrison mentioned the important word in your title is assistant, not governor. So don't let it go to your head. I like that. We were asked about when to step in as an assistant governor to be more proactive. And the thought was that first you need to know your clubs. You need to have some rapport with them and understand how those clubs operate. And then you might feel better about knowing when you might want to step in and suggest something that they're maybe not doing as they should, could be corrected or improved. It's very difficult to work with your own club once you've been an assistant governor because you're wanting to advise them as well. And maybe that's not a good thing. You need to let them be their own club, let their president be their president. Advice to new incoming assistant governors was basically to be yourself, to find your own way, find passion in what other clubs are doing. And we also talked about long-range planning and how much that has benefited both clubs and districts, the district rather, by looking at a 3-year plan and continuing that 3-year process continually. So the assistant governors then have a better idea of what the district governors are wanting to promote their year, because it's an ongoing process. That's about it.
Great job. Zoom applause for John's group. Thank you. Sunny, what about your team?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm the reporter for my team by acclamation. We didn't dwell too much on what hasn't worked, except to say that what doesn't work is being absent. You know, if you don't show up and if you don't return calls and if you don't follow up when you're asked a question, then you're likely to fail. Like you can guaranteed to fail. We talked about a lot of things that Scott mentioned, and I won't repeat them. Jimmy mentioned that going to club meetings and also going to work with them on service projects made a huge difference. Face-to-face, hands-on participation when possible makes a difference. Being accessible, as Marcy said. And then Mark mentioned listening. Listening matters greatly, trying to understand where people are coming from and what their passions are, and leaving agendas at the door so that you can really be available to them. Being unpretentious, I guess Scott mentioned that. This is not about you, it's about them. We talked a lot about recognizing that different clubs have different cultures and personalities, and so do different presidents. So you can't really use a cookie cutter approach to your interactions. You're always finding your way. And then in terms of what really works, sharing the current information, keeping communication flowing, and tapping into all the resources, including the people and the district leadership team. And Bob, there was actually a request that we have a list of all the AGs and LGs and their contact information, or at least their phone numbers, available to everyone. So we might want to follow up with that.
Okay.
If we got everybody's permission to do that. And then the very last thing, just Governor Tom made the comment, which I think is worth sharing, that well, he made many comments worth sharing. The one I'm going to share is that an assistant governor has a particular opportunity to make a huge difference with a smaller club or a club that is not necessarily thriving. So, you know, you can step in, you can be a huge resource and support to them and actually watch them bloom. That's it.
Awesome. Thank you, Sunny. Bob, what about your team?
Not a lot to add to all the wonderful suggestions that have come out already. We had a new incoming AG, Jen Dresser, what she was bringing to what skill set she was bringing in that she thought would work, and she's had a lot of interaction with clubs in other areas that she's had club visits that she's made on the road. And then also she in her occupation, she is also does a lot of team leadership as well. So she's going to be bringing that to the mix. She thinks that will be a good skill set to have, and I agree with her. And we all agree that those are going to be very critical in her quick start as the AG. We talked about the small clubs as well. One in particular that is small, and they're happy being small. They're happy in what they're doing, and they really don't look for any help from the district. They're very independent, and so we discussed how to deal with that issue, and we believe that it's just best to be present, continue to be there for them, share what's going on in the district, and so they know what's going on around them. And they can take advantage of it if they want to. If they don't, that's okay as well. But there is a problem. There is a problem down the road. Is a small club that doesn't recruit is slowly going to go away, and pretty soon it won't be there at all. And they have to be aware of that. But you know, the club's happy. They're independent. Not going to change them. Just be there for them, and if they need help, be there to help them out. And then there's a just staying in touch with your clubs. Just stay in touch with your clubs, even the good clubs, the clubs that they're doing well. Stay in touch, visit them, make your presence known so they know that the district is still supporting them. That's all.
Outstanding. Zoom applause for Sunny and Bob's group. I forgot to do Zoom applause for Sunny. I was so overwhelmed. So one personal point before we move on to the next section, and it was alluded to earlier, but AGLG training is unique, let's say compared to pets, because of your role. And one of your roles, in a sense, is you reinforce things that come up during training events. So at president-elect training, they're going to hear about things. They may be aware of some of them, and some may be new. But training ends, a training event ends. And you all in your roles kind of become that continual reinforcement. Is that making sense? Is it something that you can relate to in your particular club? So even though you're not officially members of the district training team, in a sense you are. And so the more we can connect and make sure that you have what you need to know, the more effective you'll be kind of continually reinforcing things that they need to know. I hope that makes sense.
Jeff,
Yes.
I just want to mention that Jen pointed out to me that there is a link on our district website to district organization chart photo. It has everybody with pictures and contact information.
Yep.
Presumably, we could print that out. Am I right? Jen just put the link in the chat, so you can all grab it.
Yeah. And it's there's a section when you log in to get it, but you can also get it just from the homepage without logging in. So
yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
Well, thank you all for that discussion. We're going to segue to the RI strategic plan and the district plan. And as the agenda kind of alluded to, just like we were talking about before, because you're serving and supporting clubs, how the RI plan and the district plan can and should align to what a club wants to do and wants to focus on is really important. And again, you're kind of that conduit between kind of the RI and district perspective and what the clubs are doing. So we're going to go over these plans, and Bob and Sunny and John are going to kind of lead this. But again, the perspective is how do we as assistant governors and lieutenant governors translate or help clubs align what they are envisioning doing with kind of that RI umbrella and the district plan. So, and I've got both, and the documents that are uploaded into the AGLG section of Club Runner, we will have the updated district plan. We just had long range planning last week. As soon as we get that updated plan, I will upload it to that Club Runner area and we'll let you all know that it's been uploaded. So Bob, Sunny, John, it is, you are set to go. Should we start with your RI plan?
You're muted, Bob, but I think that was a yes. Am I right?
You are right.
So I'll just speak briefly to this. Governor-elect Bob has already taken us through it a little bit. This is the one-page Rotary International strategic plan, our vision statement, and our strategic priorities and objectives, which are not going to change in the near future. I've seen a lot of vision statements in my day, and I think this is one of my personal favorites. So even though Bob said it once, I'm going to say it again and invite you to take it in. Together, we see a world where people unite and take action to create lasting change across the globe, in our communities, and in ourselves. There's a lot of room there for everything that we're creating. And it's a wonderful statement around which to rally. Bob, also, does anyone want to say anything about that before we go on? I don't want to skip over it because it's momentous.
Can you talk, Sunny, for a minute about the choice of making those 4 words larger? What the intent was for that?
You know, no one has spoken to me directly about that. I can infer You know, together is actually the key word in the whole thing, I believe. And you'll notice when you look at the brand center that we have the option of taking our own photos and putting together on top of it. Have you seen that? Together we transform, together we learn, together we end polio, together we fight hunger. You know, it really does capture everything that we're doing. There are 10 different together verbs in the brand center, and there may well be more soon. We, people, all people are uniting and creating change that lasts, change that is positive, change that makes the world a better place and enhances the quality of life for all human beings. It's pivotal, and everything else is gravy.
Also, with just those highlighted words are a sentence unto themselves, ignoring everything else.
Precisely.
Change. Yeah.
Bob, you were going to say something?
Yeah, just what Tom was saying. I see that as sort of an abbreviated vision statement. Together, people create change.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In ways we never could by ourselves or even as a club. The possibilities are limitless. And so within that, we have these 4 strategic priorities, which frame everything that we'll be doing. And this is really worth taking with you, keeping in a notebook, keeping in your car, keeping when you go to visit clubs. This is where we leverage ourselves. It's when we increase our impact, expand our reach, enhance engagement, and increase our ability to adapt. I would say in a way, not new, in a way, revolutionary, because this is where we want to focus. And a lot of attention's been paid to the 4th one, particularly because we are Rotary and we've been Rotary for 116 years. And for 116 years, we've been doing Rotary pretty much the same way. You know, we've had weekly meetings and attendance requirements, and we do a pledge and a invocation and a word of the day or whatever. And now we're being invited to adapt in a way that makes us more accessible and more familiar and more fulfilling for people who haven't done it that way all this time, that may want a different Rotary experience. It is by finding new ways to reach people and to do our work that we will succeed. Otherwise, we become like, was it Polaroid? Polaroid, Eastman Kodak, who didn't adapt and found themselves out of work. So underneath the priorities are the different objectives or ways in which we will focus on that. I'm not going to take the time to read those to you, but I welcome conversation about it. And Governor Bob, I want to turn this over to you at this point.
Okay. And that was excellent. That was excellent, Sunny. I appreciate that. I think these 4 strategic objectives are just, and they're so important, but they're so broad that we can fit our goals into each one of these and see how we support the Rotary's direction that we're all headed out in the same direction. So Jeff, could you bring up the district goals? And
Sure. I would just add one other thing to this this set of 4 here that I really like as someone that does strategic planning is these are not silos. They're not independent. They feed off each other.
Yes.
They connect. And so you don't just work on one and you forget about the others. They work in tandem.
Yeah, and our of the 4, the first 2 are what our incoming president is really focusing on, is increasing our impact in everything we do and expanding our reach through growth.
Okay, so I'm going to bring up the district plan. And again, so this is last year's version. There are some updates. And again, once it's in final form, I will upload it to the Club Runner section.
So I'm just going to go over the objectives, and I might hit on some of the action items. But our number one objective is to cultivate a culture of kindness and respect. We're retaining that. We're going to continue to do that. We've made great progress thanks to Sonny's leadership. And we've been told by people outside of our district that they recognize what a culture of kindness we have in our district. And there's been improvement, and we'll continue to work on improving that through the way we interact with each other and the way we communicate with each other.
And just to say, as it applies to assistant governors, kindness and respect means returning phone calls. It means taking feedback to heart and following up on it. So it's got practical application as well as being a lofty objective.
Right, right. And, you know, I've always, in terms of communication, I always run my communications primarily internet and texting through a four-way test filter before I press the send button. I try to. I even will sit on it overnight and come back and look at it the next day and run it through the filter one more time before I send it out. I try to do that. Sometimes I don't, and most of the time I regret that I didn't. But, and you know what, while we're on the subject of four-way test, for me, I think three of them are fairly easy to deal with. One is the truth. It's fairly easy to, everybody's got a north compass. They've got a compass, and they know what the truth is. Is it fair? It's fairly easy to know if it's fair for all concerned. And will it be beneficial? Well, that's pretty easy. But the one, I think the toughest one is, will it build goodwill and better friendships? And there's so many ways that we can send out emails and texts that just don't do that. And so I really want us to focus on the next year, the next 16 months, on our written communication to make sure that it meets that third test of will it build goodwill and better friendships before we hit that send button. If not, let's either get rid of it or fix it. So when we hit that send button, it doesn't hurt somebody's feelings or change our relationship with somebody in a negative way.
Yes.
Okay, move on. That was my soapbox. District number objective 2, create and effectively manage our knowledge assets. We've got a lot of stuff that we've collected over the eons of this club, of this district. And we've got physical resources and we've got digital resources. We've got resources that are being stored, physical resources that are being stored on campus down at MSU that we really don't have access to right now because of the COVID. And we've got digital assets that are being archived in different locations. And so we're going to continue to work on improving our storage, our archiving of those so they're more easily accessed. And from time to time, we go through them and cull out the stuff that we really don't need. You have anything to add on that, Sonny or John?
No, that captures it.
Okay. Objective next.
Everyone's clear, I assume, on the importance of that and why it matters. We want it available to us as we go forward. We want to stand on the shoulders of what we've done. And we want to be able to find things when we need them.
Yeah. Yeah. Number 3, develop and implement effective communication information sharing structures and protocols. Just improve the way we communicate with each other. Governor Sonny just mentioned something very important. Just replying to an email or a text or a phone call. I don't know, some people want to do it fast. When I send something out, I'd like to have it back quickly, but I understand it's not that easy. And sometimes it's not smart to get a quick reply because it's not the best. So I have committed myself to responding within 24 hours. That's my standard, within 24 hours. And if everybody would live with that, if everybody would comply with that, within 24 hours, respond to your request for information, or even just acknowledging that you got it, would work great. We had, I'm not going to name any names, but But we had a communication within our club. Somebody asked somebody else some information, and the person didn't get back to them because she didn't think it was, she didn't have an answer for it, so she just didn't reply. It's not right. Just send out, I'll get back to you on that, but at least within 24 hours. Let's see what else we got there. I'll let
And
you
we
guys
have to-
read that.
We have to give each other grace, understanding that it's a work in progress too.
Yes. I guess I'd like to say that none of our objectives are excuses for making somebody wrong. You know, that's not the point at all. These are aspirations and team objectives, but we're human and we will sometimes screw up.
We're refining our written communication, how we disseminate information through our website, through our newsletter, through blast emails, through personal emails, and even personal written letters. One thing I'm committing to do is, and I'm going to ask for your help on this, is when we get a new member into a club, wherever we are in the district, wherever that is in the district, we need to work out some way of communicating that to me so I can write a handwritten welcome letter to that person. Used to be handwritten letters were a bother. Now they're really kind of attention getting. And so that's why I'm going to go to a handwritten welcome letter to new people joining our club. But I need to find out who those people are. And we'll work on the way of getting that information up to the district level, district governor level.
Bob?
Go ahead.
You kind of touched on this, and we've got a few examples just with this group, but Club Runner is a great tool for communicating with certain other people in the district. The key is not to assume that they got it, because Club Runner is not a perfect system. So if you have reasons to use Club Runner for, let's say, sending out email to your particular club's leadership teams, just make sure that it's working, because it's one step removed from having ownership over your email. It's a district website that's sending out an email by you. So just make sure that it's working properly.
Okay. Thanks, Jeff.
And how do we know it's working properly, Jeff?
Send out a follow-up email. No, I'm just kidding. If you just, like the next time you reach out, say, are you getting these emails from Club Runner? If you can just say, are you getting these? Because we've seen examples where those emails get sent and they get lost in the abyss. So
you never get a response.
Yeah.
And sometimes in Club Runners, I kind of found I had a person complaining they weren't getting emails, and then I looked and they unsubscribed. And so then you have to go in and ask them, do you care if I put you back in the mix, because they say getting too many emails, and then they unsubscribe us. So I mean, something to think about too.
Yeah.
Is
okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, number 4, employ all methods of branding to build awareness of our impact and brand within our clubs and our communities. This is something I really would like to bring to the forefront as well, how important it is for us to put our brand out in the public in a proper way. One, we're changing our brand. We have changed our brand. Now we have to disseminate it and replace it appropriately. We have till the end of June 2022 to do that. And so that's going to be our public image is going to have an ongoing campaign to educate and inspire and encourage people to update their brands in the appropriate forms. And then I'm really going to encourage people to show our brand, show our logo outside of clubs, on service projects, wearing branded clothing, having branded signs at our construction locations. When we build a permanent structure, have a proper brand associated on that structure, so it's permanent. People see, and we have those now, but we'll continue to do that. So we increase our awareness, the awareness of our community, of Rotary and their community, and all the good they do. And that could only help our membership grow. And when our membership grows, our foundation grows, and our ability to impact the community grows as well. It's a circle. It's a never-ending circle. Anybody want to add to that?
I have a question.
Marjorie?
Why are we not recognized by the Gates Foundation for our part in the polio thing? They have ad after ad or article after article about how wonderful the Gates bunch is, but the Gates people never mention Rotary. And I think that's really a crime.
They do mention it, but not a lot. I've heard.
Yeah, they mention other bunches.
Yeah.
We were mentioned in the Bill Gates documentary on Netflix.
Oh,
Rotary
good.
was mentioned.
Good.
And we have a video somewhere of Bill Gates saying, without Rotary, this polio thing would be nowhere. Actually, Cliff Docterman has suggested that if we aren't getting the PR we need, perhaps we want to look at our own PR departments. You know, it's up to the Gates Foundation has its PR department. We have ours, and we can actually be spreading the word.
We've improved significantly our presence on social media, I believe. We have more work to do there, but we've gone a long way. I want to revisit and reinvigorate our presence in written and broadcast media to show off our projects, our community and global projects as well.
Yeah.
Wherever you see billboards, scratch that. That's going away.
Unless you get one donated.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
actually, probably worth mentioning that we do not have to change all our historical Rotary markers. You know, the things that are set in bronze around our communities.
Mhm.
You know, we don't have to change those.
Or our entrance signs at the entrance to cities or
Yeah.
villages. We don't have to change those. Banners, correspondence, paperwork, things like that. That expendables, they have to be changed. But the more permanent structures outside of our clubs, no.
Yeah. Arturo will be educating us about all of this.
Yeah.
Bob?
Sure.
One thing that it didn't dawn on me until today as I'm looking at this. When we developed this plan last year and then we tweaked it this year, one of the things that we considered is that there's kind of two groups of people that are involved in executing this plan. So you'll see, for example, this objective about branding. The goal is all clubs will have qualified under the public interest section of the Rotary citation, which means the clubs are going to be doing work under this particular objective. We can't do that, right, at the district level. So when you look at this plan, there are elements of it that are for the leadership team to do. And there's elements of it that are for clubs to do. And in some ways, you all as assistant governors and lieutenant governors, once again, you're kind of that conduit so that the clubs understand what's in here and hopefully they buy into this, because if they don't, they're not going to do it, right? So just think about that there's roles for leadership team in here and there's roles for clubs in here.
And things will keep changing too. The Rotary citation this year does not have a public image section. So we may need to have a new goal.
Yep.
You get the idea, right? Everybody got the idea?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, number 5, there it is. Okay. Under membership. Our membership has gone down as a result of the pandemic. I mean, it just had to. Not that much though. I remember a year ago at a golf club after the game, we were sitting around a bunch of Rotarians, and one of them said, "I see us losing half of our members over the next year." Well, we're down 3.5%. I think that's pretty good. We may lose a few more. We might find out people aren't coming back when they can. We may lose a few more, but we did go backwards a bit. So now we have to recover. So this number, the number is changing here. Our goal is, I think, 23. We're at 2170 now, and I think we want to get up to a little over 2,300. An increase of 6% is what our goal is from the end of Governor Sunny's year to the end of my year. We want to grow.
Some clubs are gaining members.
Yes.
It's doable.
Yes, John Morrison, what's your goal for growing clubs? You're muted.
The easy goal is 1, but I would like to see us anywhere from growth maybe to 3 to 5 in the coming year, and I think it's doable.
When we're in towns and areas where we have small clubs and they're happy being small, there might be an opportunity to open another club as opposed to asking that club to grow. Let's just start a new club there. Also, in the area membership, it's not a membership initiative, but it complements our membership goal, is bringing Rotaract up into the status of Rotarians. They are a Rotarian organization, although they're not formal Rotarians. It's kind of a weird situation, but it's a Rotary program. And so we have one Rotary club in El Paso right now. And the member of that club is Rotaract, is our Rotaract coordinator, Luisa Sanchez, and she has a goal of starting 3 new Rotaract clubs in our district in the next year. And those feed Rotary clubs, and so that'll be one way we can grow our membership as well. Right now, Rotaract is a member of our youth programs, and we're pulling that out from under youth programs, so it becomes a standalone program, just like many of our other programs. Sunny or John, you want to expand on that?
No, that was very clear, Bob. Rotaractors are 18. They're not really considered youth, so they're just a Rotaract program.
Yeah. And we removed the maximum age, so you could have 65-year-old Rotaractors.
Yes, theoretically.
Theoretically. And Rotaractors can be dual Rotaractors and Rotarians too.
Yep.
That's right. And you'll be hearing from Louisa again after the break.
Yeah. Objective number 6, and we have 7 of them, by the way. Increase our participation in the Rotary Foundation programs. We've got to do that, ladies and gentlemen, as our president calls us, my change makers. We've got to increase our contributions to the foundation. Our foundation, the demands on our foundation and global grants and disaster recovery grants has gone up significantly, as you can imagine. At the same time, our contributions to the annual fund and Polio Plus has gone down. So it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that that's not sustainable. As a result, our foundation has seen the need to change the matching formula in our global grants, so we don't run out of money before we run out of fiscal year. We can only improve that by increasing our contributions to the foundation. And one of the ways we do that is by increasing our membership. Governor Linda, do you want to expand on that?
No, well, I believe that an article came out in the newsletter regarding that, and I believe all clubs received information, plus AGs and LGs too. Y'all will be getting additional information at grant training. Let's not belabor that point on global grants, because most of the people that are really interested in the global grant change are those that are going to be applying for global grants. The biggest thing that I'm going to ask of lieutenant governors and assistant governors is, once again, that key word. I need you to be the cheerleaders for the foundation this year. And we'll go into some key elements of that shortly.
Thank you. The good news is that in the coming year, I believe we're going to have $91,000-ish in district designated funds that we can distribute out to the clubs for their community grant projects that we want to embellish, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Go ahead. Thanks, Jeff. Last one. And cultivate and motivate leaders. This comes under enhanced participant engagement. We want to continue to grow the leaders in our club. We want to identify them early and give them opportunities and resources to improve their ability to lead, so they can take on greater and greater roles within our district and in zone. Gosh, Governor Sunny, how many of our district leaders have been asked to move into zone leadership this year?
We have 4.
Four.
We have
Unheard of.
Governor Tom is now going to, is already the Endowment and Major Gifts Officer for Zone 26. Is that right, Governor Tom?
Yes.
Yes, yay. And Dick Jones is working at the zone level on new club development, supporting districts in starting new clubs. Our own Jeff Weinreich is the Rocky Mountain Division RLI Chair, and Arturo Barrio has been tapped to serve on the Zone Public Image Committee. We're stars.
We are. We have a consistent record of leadership development in our district, and we're going to continue to embellish that. We have probably got the best RLI program in the zones, in our combined zones, if not in the country. Kathy Fuller has developed an RLI program along with, who's
Renee.
Yeah, they together have developed a wonderful program. The word is out. We've got people from other districts outside of our state clamoring to be on in our Rotary Leadership Institute program to view it. We are becoming the gold standard of the RLI program in Rotary. And Dan Garrison, past district governor Dan Garrison, has graciously agreed to move into that role in the coming year and take over and continue to improve on that. So another way we were improving the leadership of our members. Rotary Youth Leadership Academy is going, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to have that this year, but our team is going to continue working to have even a better camp when we're able to do that in July of 2022. Go ahead, Governor Sunny.
2 things real quick. One is past Vice President Greg Pod has told me that when people take the Rotary Leadership Institute, they do not leave Rotary. I think that's an interesting observation. So, it's the kind of thing that actually allows us to fully appreciate what we're a part of. What I wanted to say about this objective is, for a while there, it began to look like when we needed to fill a role in district leadership, we were targeting the usual suspects, and I don't know that that's bad, because we have a lot of talent to draw on, but we do want to keep on growing our leadership base and giving people new opportunities to lead so that they don't get stuck in a rut or feel like they're the only ones.
So my assistant governors, you can help us, help clubs by advertising these and encouraging your members of your clubs, the up and coming leaders, to take advantage of these. The last one that we can highlight for sure is Toastmasters.
Yes.
Wonderful opportunity to grow leadership and public speaking ability. Between Sunny and me, you can tell which one is engaged and which one hasn't been engaged in it.
Well,
Wow.
I should be. But certainly Sunny has embraced Toastmasters. It's evident in her public speaking abilities and the way she can inspire us with her words. And I encourage us to continue to advertise that and promote that within our clubs so more people can take advantage of that.
thank you, Bob.
Okay. What's next, Jeff? The two new ones that I've been alluding to in my breakout sessions. One is, and they're both an outcome of the inspirational speech and desires of our incoming Rotary President, Sheikh Armeda. The first one is Rotary Days of Service. The concept, and it goes back to Shaker's desire for us to have more impact in our projects in our districts, larger, more impactful projects that affect in a positive way more people. And so he would like us to focus our efforts during the year on 1 or 2 Rotary Days of Service. It's up to us what days we designate that. But by definition, his definition, it's a project where 2 or more Rotary clubs combine their resources on a single project. I would like us to expand that as much as possible in areas where we can combine many clubs, civic organizations, or local organizations and civic leaders to combine their efforts and their resources to really have a deep impact on a particular issue that needs addressing in that area. And now we have major areas that have multiple clubs like Albuquerque, Las Cruces, El Paso, even Farmington and Clovis, Portales, Texaco, where these areas can combine their resources. We're not picking days. What I'd like to do what I'd like to do is to ask our lieutenant governors and assistant governors in each of our action groups to organize Rotary Days of Service within their action groups. Have at least 1, 2 is even better over the next year, where we combine resources. By combining our resources, we can have a greater impact. We can expand our reach by advertising our by nature, us being out in the community doing these large projects with branding associated with them will show the community what a great thing Rotary is doing in their area, and we can increase our membership by that, and by doing that, increase our resources to continue to do these wonderful things in our communities and indeed around the world. Rotary Days of Service. So that's one new initiative, and the other is World Polio Day. As I mentioned to my other leaders a couple weeks ago, I remember when I was president, our club moved its World Polio Day event to 6 months later in April the following year. Pints for Polio is what they called it. It was a bowling event. And they did that because they saw that during World Polio Day, we had many clubs in the Albuquerque area that were having events at the same time. One person could only attend one event. So I said, well, there's got to be a better way of doing this. So what I would like to do is for us to, in large areas like Albuquerque and Farmington and so on, for those clubs to coordinate their Polio Day activities, fundraising activities, such as some are in the morning, some are in the afternoon, some are in the evening, so that people can attend more than one event and benefit World Polio Day even more. So World Polio Day. And I want to ask our lieutenant governor and assistant governors again to manage that within their action groups. Questions? All right. I think that that's all I have for district and Rotary International strategic goals.
Okay. So if there are no further questions, let's take a 15-minute break. So we will reconvene at 2:35.
My jaw almost
Oh,
locked.
that's cracked. That's cracked.
I know, it did not sound like that.
Thanks, Arturo. Okay, so
Thanks, Jeff.
we're going to, for this last session, we're going to start with kind of a, whatever you want to call it, the trilogy, the connectivity of our key committees and activities, membership, public image, foundation, and service projects. So we're going to turn it over to Tom, Linda, Jim, John, Earl, Arturo, and everyone else.
Wow.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As Jeff said, we often refer to the key elements of Rotary, that is foundation, branding, and membership in different ways. It used to be the three-legged stool, and now it's the circle that is that are the essential elements. The issue is that each cannot stand without the other, and each benefits the other. So often it is said that service projects help build membership. So let's ask our service chair, Earl Greer, how he can help a club build membership, support the foundation, and do branding. Earl.
Thanks, Tom. One of the things that many of the presidents deal with in a club is membership. It's either obtaining more or it's retaining who they have. But either way, they have that challenge with them. One of the things that a service project can do is not only can it help membership, but it helps branding as well. And because you have your projects going, now you go to foundation to get the support needed. So it's kind of an all-in-one point when you come in with your projects. You have to determine what is useful and what is needed in your club. And if you don't have anything, then through the AG and through the LG, you determine the other clubs that are near you to see if you can leverage your resources with theirs to do a project together. But the key thing I think in all of this is that if you're looking to enhance membership, enhance branding or public image in your area, then having the projects are needed. You go through, you determine what things are needed in your community. What are they? As an example, my club a couple of years ago went to a senior citizen center, and where they had outside tables, they put awnings up and covered them so that they had covers over when they went there to eat lunch or when they went there to eat supper. So little things like that can be accomplished now that our state, and Texas already has been, but our state is beginning to open up a little bit. There's more opportunity for you to do projects such as that. In the interim, if there's not an opportunity, then what one needs to do then is determine what you can do in a special way. And again, getting with the other clubs. And this is where AGs come in and LGs come in and you become invaluable. And that is to get the clubs together and get them to collaborate and to leverage their resources and be able to do things together. We do it now by district. Why not do it within clubs individually within your region and whoever your AG over, and LGs as you help your AGs, whoever they're over, help them in that regard. But special projects, I think, is a key thing. As you help your presidents, that's one of the key things you can do to brainstorm with them to come up with ways to come up with a special project, and then incorporate their foundation chair from their club, and of course their public, their branding, their public individual that's going to showcase what they do and be able to help them be outstanding in a field by themselves in their community. So anyway, that's what I've got, Tom.
Okay. Well, the next thing that we're going to talk about is branding. And once you have your project, what can branding and PR do to help our club work on its membership and get its message out? Arturo?
Thank you, Tom. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Jeff, can you see it? Can you give me a thumbs up?
Yep.
Perfect. So something that I heard the other day that really struck me is, what is a brand? You know, a brand is a promise. It's more than a logo, and it's bigger than a wheel. For us, that's really important. So we're giving a promise to people that we have a space for them to do service projects like Earl was mentioning. But I wanted to share this with you because I thought it was really important. There we go. Let me see. Here we go. So 60% of the people survey, do people know what Rotary is? About 60% didn't know about their local clubs. And we have 10 clubs in El Paso. How many clubs are there? Thousands of clubs, and people don't know that we exist. One of the things that we were talking earlier is how do we make sure in this new era that we reach out to those people? People are not going out. Before, the way that Rotary was in, you got invited to a meeting, but how? Because you met somebody somewhere. We're not doing that anymore. We're using a lot of social media. People are staying at home. This is an example of Facebook. Facebook began in 2003. To now, 2018, there's 2.2 billion users. 3.8 billion people use the social media. We need to be where they are. We need to reach out and send our message. We're always talking about the projects, and we can do all those projects, but we need to let the people know what we're doing. That's why I always insist. If you have a Zoom meeting, take a picture. People are going to be, interested in learning that we're training on a Saturday, that you're doing a lot. This really caught my attention, and I'm going to give you a couple of numbers. 72% of U.S. consumers said that they're spending more time on social media per day since the outbreak of coronavirus. This is very important for us. We have to be in social media. We need to revisit, like Governor Bob mentioned, our strategy for the future. But this is where they are. People are using more social media. About 64% said that they will continue to use social media once COVID restrictions are lifted. So this is the reason why we're always talking about the importance of sharing, what your projects are doing, the stories. And, I'm going to go ahead and skip this one. But this is what's happening. Can you tell if this represents one organization? Already have had conversations with club presidents, and I know how difficult it is to let go of our logo.
Mhm.
But now this is our logo, and we have a deadline to comply, and we call it brand fidelity. And we're here to help you. We have created all the logos for the clubs. They're available, but we need your help as assistant governors, as lieutenant governors, to share to the presidents that this is not something that District 5520 is doing, but this is a global initiative that started in 2013. There's identity at a glance. There's a lot of resources. The brand center can, there's opportunities to do the logos, to have flyers, to do guidelines. So we're here to help. We just want to make sure that you're aware that all of those resources are available. And you have my contact number, but I'll go ahead and put it on the screen, and I'll put it on the chat. And like Tom mentioned, the more we do and the more we let people know what we're doing, the more people are going to get excited about becoming part of Rotary. So we need to work on membership, on social projects or community service, which we have seen that that's one of the main attractions to the incoming members, but we need to let people know what we're doing. So Tom, that's what I have, but I'll be here if there's any questions.
Okay. Well, Governor Linda, I understand that you think you have big shoes to fill, so.
Send them on down. Send them on down. Yes, I do. And that's the first thing I'd like to say. Before we get to talking about the shoes that I am filling, we owe Tom Walker a debt of gratitude for all the years of service and what he has done, as so many of you say, to open the door of communication for the foundation. He has done so much to make us aware of what we can do. And every time someone says, I don't understand this, who do we call? Our Ghostbuster, Tom Walker. So yes, I do have big shoes to fill. But what I will tell you, I don't know everything yet. I probably never will know everything, but I've got my shoes to fill. I'm going to do the very best I can. I have a wonderful team We have worked hard to fill just about every slot. I am so proud. We've got a team that is wonderful, that is eager, passionate, excited to work with you, and for the new governor. So please bear with us if we stumble, pick us up if we fall, but we're here to serve you. So there.
Well, Governor Linda, thank you for the comments. You know, PETS is coming up and our assistant governors are contacting their presidents-elect and so forth. And I wouldn't be surprised if somebody hasn't said something like this. Everyone wants me to set my goals for my club this year. And to be honest, I don't even know where to start. Could you help me with these foundation goals? I'm looking for where to enter them, and I can't find any place on the district website. Governor, can you help me?
That's a very true statement, and one that each one of us, when we were president-elect, said to ourselves and to others around us. Yes, you enter them in Club Runner and Rotary Club Central, which I believe most of you talked about last week with Danette Wagner, the district secretary. So if you have problems with still how to get into Club Central or Rotary Club Central, please let Danette know or contact me the first of next week. We will help you get there, or contact Jeff. Jeff knows everything about all these links from what I understand. One of the three of us will get you there. That's where your goals go. So Tom, that's pretty much where you start.
Okay.
To fill in the blanks.
My assistant governor was talking about this thing called annual fund and something else called Polio Plus. What are they, and what goals should I look to enter, or how would I determine what goals my club should have?
Okay, we've got annual fund, we've got Polio Plus, we've got Paul Harris Foundation, we've got Paul Harris Society. We can also include in there the Bequest Society and major donors, including every Rotarian every year, which is, as we know in simple terms, E-Ray. Why do you want to include these in your goals? That's because you include those, and then bingo, you start thinking district grants. You put all these things down in paper, and all of a sudden you realize just what the governor-elect was talking about. We need to start thinking about foundation. When a new member comes in and walks through the door, we introduce him to Rotary. We introduce him as member. But one of the most important things that I've heard just recently, we need to introduce him to the foundation. That's our breath. So when you think about your goals, think very importantly about all these things I just mentioned. That's what wraps around into the giving, and that giving is what brings about the dollars so that you can do a grant and keep your club alive to do your service projects. Bingo, there's your goal. Talk to your board, talk to your members, do an assessment, which is so important when you're working on that goal. And here in the Rotarian magazine, and this is what, February, step by step, it tells you how to do an assessment. And yes, it may be talking about an assessment for a global grant, but you know what? If you do an assessment in your community, whether it's small or large, you do that assessment you get your community involved. They take ownership. They take ownership of what you're doing, of that project. It blooms. What does that do besides bringing in money? It brings in membership. And all of a sudden, you've got a project to put down. Ooh, you've got a goal. Hope I answered your question, Tom.
Okay, well, I think I understand about that, but how would my club go about achieving these goals? What sorts of things should I be looking at doing?
Well, let me see. You make sure you have, more importantly, you've got to have a club foundation chair. And that's really kind of a key element in your club, to have a foundation chair. And I know a lot of the clubs say, we don't have enough members to have a foundation chair. But stop and think about one thing. You want a grant, right?
Yes,
Get
I
a
would
grant.
like a grant.
Okay, to get a grant, you usually have to have 2 members that attend foundation training.
Ah,
So out of those 2 members that are going to work on the paperwork, one of them surely is strong enough they can be a foundation chair and they can take charge. Bingo, you've got a foundation chair. Okay, so that along that line, they're going to be a part of district grants, global grants, and by district. So we've got 3 types of grants.
okay.
Okay.
So how do I sell my club on supporting, say, the annual fund or polio?
How do I get, okay, do that again, talk to me again. How
do I sell my club on the importance of supporting the annual fund, or E-Ray as you call it, in polio, for instance?
It's got to be passion. It's got to be passion. Stop and think, what makes a person want to be involved in Rotary? It's passion, it's excitement, service above self. So each person that gets involved in the foundation, which most people go, ooh, don't talk to me about foundation. I don't understand. Peel away the layers, people. There's always that one person that is passionate about polio. There's your polio chair. There's your polio chair.
Oh, good.
Okay.
That's a good idea. A polio chair. And as you were talking about passion and so forth, maybe I could find some clips of Rotary projects around the world and show them during the meeting every once in a while. Or maybe my new foundation chair that I just decided I needed can give us a brief on how our district grant is going, or that global grant that we signed up for. That's a good idea. And you mentioned district grants and global grants. Briefly, what's the difference?
Okay. Actually, you can define those really, really easy in a couple of sentences. A district grant, local. That is your community. So simple. Let's just stop there. It's community service within your community.
Oh, okay.
A global grant, international. Bigger, international. Okay, let's just stop there, because this isn't grant training. We're trying to keep it simple. So that's it in a nutshell, Tom.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. I'm glad we have those tools. And I've heard Governor Sunny talking about this thing called the disaster response grant. Do we ever get one of those, or what's that for?
We did this year. Yes, sir. We did this year because,
okay.
Well, because we had a major disaster. Now, it's my understanding next year, those will not, or this coming year, those will not be available. But the word is still out on districts, so I'm not really sure at this point, but I will look.
The I thought I was reading something on the website, and it said that disaster response grants are not funded by the annual fund. They're funded by separate donations to the disaster.
That is quite correct.
Response.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Well, that's great. And you know, our club really doesn't have a lot of money, but you know, it sounds like we ought to be participating in a global grant or something. Wouldn't that be nice to be working on some project in India or somewhere? But we don't have a lot of money. What would happen if we could scrape?
Who doesn't have a lot of money? The district or the club?
Oh, the club. You know, I think my club can come up with $250.
Okay.
Is that enough, or what?
Absolutely, absolutely. You can snowball that into 30,000 and nothing flat. What you do, yeah, I'm such a salesman. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I lost it on that one. I do apologize. I'm sorry, Lieutenant Governors and Governors. What you can do on a global grant, you can take that dollar, you can roll it over, you can work with other clubs, you can work with our DDF fund. You can make that fund grow. You can work with the World Fund. You work it so that it becomes bigger than life.
Well, boy, that sounds really interesting, because I'd like my club to have the sense of participation in doing international work, but we don't have a lot of money, and it's good to hear that, you know, the $250 or whatever I think we can scrape up can be useful and really make an impact around the world. One last question. It seems like there's so much to learn about the Rotary Foundation. Are there some reference materials and so forth that are available to me? And, you know, I don't want to be calling you or Tom all the time.
I want you to. I want you to. I want to know what you do. I want to know your grants. The biggest thing about grants, honestly, we want you to call. We want to know that you're keeping up with your paperwork, that you're keeping up with keeping us abreast. If you have a problem, we want to hear it. Like I said, we have a wonderful team and we want to know. But in the meantime, I know what you're talking about. There is references for you to look up. There's the annual foundation committee website. There's, let me see, the Rotary Foundation reference guide, district website, zone 2627 website, the Rotary Learning Center, and of course, district 5520 foundation team. Just like I said, do not ever feel you cannot call us. That's what we're here for. 24 hours a day, we're here. You are important to us. That grant is important to us. And don't think that any question is a wrong question or a silly question. We're going to learn this together. You know, polio is important. Polio is so important, and especially to me. My grandmother had polio, and I think for me, watching a little lady that was shorter than me, guys, she never let it become something she could not deal with. But back in her day, that's why my mother grew up in an orphanage. They would not let her raise her child. And I look at that and I think how sad that is. So we can't stop now. I know we are going through a major crisis with a virus, but Rotary has done so much. And yes, Arturo is going to help us become the major network of getting the word out of what polio is doing. That I know with all my heart. He does such a great job. We are going to go to the next level. We're going to climb that mountain. We're almost there.
Okay. Now, as I wrap the foundation, there's a couple things that I should add. Number one, do call the most excellent District 5520 Foundation Committee, especially if your club would like a presentation or you would like to do a presentation to them about the foundation. We have a 101 level foundation PowerPoint that can be customized for whatever club, and that's available. Just ask for it. Okay, thank you very much, Governor Linda. Now, we started out talking about membership and how service projects working together with branding and foundation will help us retain and recruit new members. So Willis, would you like to tell us?
Are you done with me?
Yes.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So Willis.
Sir.
How can you help us with membership?
Well, I'm just learning right now, so I'm going to kind of turn it over to Jim, if you don't mind.
Okay. Tall hat, where are you? There you go. Oh, it's John Morrison.
Well, I'm sharing the screen. Jim's doing the talking.
Oh, okay.
That, whoops. Come on. I don't know. Nope. Operator error. Jim? Are you there?
He's on mute. Jim, you're on mute.
Hit me upside the head. There we go. All right, one more. On down. I'm going to go through these. Another one. There we go, right there. That's a good place to start. All right, guys. So membership, of course, is seminal for our growth and maintaining what we have, and then moving on forward and increasing foundation and using branding. John, take me down to the next one. Okay. I'm not going to read these to you. As a former instructor, I'm not a big fan of PowerPoints. PowerPoints are to be used to reference to, but they're not to be used to be read totally to you. Basically, as a membership chair, my job is to inform you of all the things you can do to increase your membership and keep your membership and help you in any way I possibly can. Now, Tom deferred to Willis. In 4 months, Willis will have this job. He will be your membership chair, but until then, I'm still your membership chair. And he is just now learning the ropes. So we're just kind of moving along. There are several things you can do to help your membership. One of the things that's not really on this PowerPoint that probably should be is that all clubs, if they don't already have one, should develop their own orientation of members. There's not a set rule for what you do for your own orientation of your members. There are lots of examples. There are examples on Rotary.org. There are also examples on YouTube by hook and crook. You can find what you might want to do for your club. Every club is a little bit different. Every club has different goals and things they want their members to do. But there are a few things in orientation that it helps to have your new members and your old members retain. One of them is the second one here. I think it's one of the most important ones we have, mainly because it helps us get along with everybody. We were talking about prayer before. Prayer is very important for some, for others not so important, and for others it's not their religion. So it's best, I guess, for most every club to keep religion and politics out of your meeting. If people start talking talking politics or their religion at the meeting, then you quietly ask them to stop. It's one of those things that in an orientation meeting would be really important to tell people before they get into the club and decide to hand out their little cards that say, "Oh, I'm running for election," which has happened. I've seen that happen before, and generally we don't allow. But membership is all inclusive. We look for anybody and everybody that wants to be a Rotarian, and we move on that way. John, can we go to the next one, please? There we go. All right. So here we go. And satisfaction is a big thing in membership, and we want people to be happy in the club. Sometimes it's not a good fit, and people leave because of that. But if we work hard and put everything up front, as adults, most of us will look at that and go, okay, well, that's fine. I can live with that. It's a really good thing to do for your membership. I'm using that word too much, I'm sorry, but for your members, trying to keep them happy. Make sure that everything's up front and they know everything. And when I came into Rotary almost 30 years ago, God, it's really scary to think of that. I'm one of the old men now. I didn't have an orientation. And so everything just kind of fell into place by accident. At that time, one of the rules was if you missed more than 2 meetings in a row, on the 3rd meeting, if you didn't make it, they could kick you out of the club for attendance reasons. That was not told to me until I almost missed the 3rd meeting. That would have been the end of my Rotary career right there. So it's really important to get all that stuff out and up in front. Okay, guys, John, can you go down to the next one, please? All right, so it is important to look for your target market. You want to have people that are going to be good Rotarians, that actually have time to be a Rotarian. Hopefully during your orientation meeting, you will be able to find out, if they're going to have time. Maybe they'll just say, well, I'm not going to have time. I'm too busy, stuff. My wife was a Rotarian before I was. She's a medical doctor. She never had time to go to the meetings, never. And it ended up that I was doing a lot of the work after the meetings. And so I became the Rotarian after her. And now I was a much better fit than she ever would have been. So it's important to look at that. Do not be afraid of people with lots of kids. Invite their children to the meetings. We've done that. It's sometimes it really changes an adult meeting, but it's fun to have the kids around. Always keep your families together if you can. All right, let's go down one more, John. Okay, now that just makes sense. Laughter is a big part of Rotary. I love being with you guys because you laugh at me all the time. It makes me feel good. So makes it for a fun time. All right, let's go down one more, John. There you go. Involve everybody, okay, if you can. It's an obvious thing to increase membership by involving everybody into this. All right, John, let's stop with this one. And Jeff, do you have the let's see, do you have the My Rotary page on membership?
I can bring it up.
I sent you. It's up?
No, I can bring it up.
Okay, bring it up, please. A lot of the stuff in my PowerPoint is not really directed towards you as AGs. your job as an AG is to liaison between the governor, well, the lieutenant governor, and the clubs, and the LG will help you through what you do. But it's really important that you have some sort of guidance in what you do. My Rotary, if you don't already have a way to log into my Rotary or Rotary.org, I would suggest you get it now, because you're going to be using it as an AG. And there are several things that you'll do. And if you get down into it and you start looking at the Learning Center, it will take you to, and there we are. Can you scroll down a little bit, Jeff? There we go. It'll take you to the Learning Center and go to membership, and it'll have different highlights. Let's see here. There we go. Hey, you're getting it for me. Thank you. I have to watch the internet thing. Oh, that's fun. There we go. If I could play basketball like that, I would have been pro. Yeah. Here we go. All right, there we go. Great. All right, so you get to the course catalogs, and this is really important to understand how membership works. It'd be really good for you to click on membership and do some of the classes that are produced through this process. And then after you do them, you have a pretty good chance of telling the clubs that, look, there are resources for you, and all you have to do is get onto Rotary.org and go through these classes. One of the big ones, and this is one that LGs really don't have anything to do with unless it's copied and pasted for them, are membership leads. We get membership leads from international to our district of prospective members that are available to club presidents, club membership chairs, and also to AGs, and then also the district membership chair, and then several other people in the district, including the district governor. These membership leads are, as I said before, prospective members. And as I've tried to do it with varying degrees of success, is to give the membership lead to my committee member who is also an AG, because AGs will get them. LGs do not get them, but AGs will get them. And they contact the club and inform the club that, yes, there is a person that's interested in getting into their club. For some cities, it's it usually just says they want to go to Albuquerque. Several clubs in Albuquerque, so you contact all the clubs, and hopefully the clubs contact this prospective member, and then with a little luck, you have clubs fighting over this member, which I think would be really cool. Odds are they only go to the larger cities, El Paso, Albuquerque, Las Cruces, Santa Fe. It's rare you see them anywhere else, although this last year we actually had one in Fort Stockton. That was pretty interesting. You leave it to the club, and the club deals with it, but it's really nice to get back to them as an AG or as the district membership committee member. Get back with them and see how it's going. That's always a really important thing to do, because people do forget things sometimes. There is a way of going through and finding how to fill out your membership leads, and that's in this membership basics. And then I don't remember on this page where it is, but there is an actual tutoring session on how to deal with membership leads. It's a very good thing to do. Jeff, do you have that?
I think it's this one right here. You want me to click on it?
Yeah, please. Yeah, here we go. Yep, that's it. Now, Jeff and I have a problem. We've both done the class, so it doesn't come up showing the actual instruction, the actual class, but it does show the course description on the bottom, and it will inform you on how to recognize a membership lead, call the membership lead, set an appointment for them, and then go back into Rotary.org and fill out the membership lead and how it came out. Now, not everybody is a natural fit, and you can't force the clubs to accept the membership lead. It's up to the club to do it, but you can point them the way, okay? And every AG can do that. You don't have to actually have to be the membership AG. You just are the membership committee member. You can actually call this person and talk to them about Rotary. You have a pretty good idea of what Rotary is by now, I think. And you have a pretty good idea of what to tell them to expect from Rotary. Not everybody that is in a membership lead has a realistic view of what Rotary is. A lot of them think it's a great way to further their business, and that's not what we do. So it's a good idea to be able to do that.
Jim?
Yes, sir.
So it looks like I completed the course on New Year's Day. We were not expecting assistant governors and lieutenant governors to take learning center courses on holidays.
I love it. That's great. That is funny. I would not expect that from Rotary. I would expect them to tell you to do it anytime that you could, but that's okay. That's pretty funny. As a membership, as an AG, you're the liaison between a district and the clubs. And you are directly contacting the club. And it's important for you to be able to tell them that there are materials available to them that they can actually use to help them with their membership. One of them is a really good one is a club and member survey, and have the club fill it out and look for their strengths and their weaknesses as they put them together, and work on furthering their club and taking it into the future. Let's see here. I tried not to go over time. It's really hard to. It's a huge subject, but I've already talked for 16 minutes. So I think that, yes.
Jim, may I add just a couple things really quick?
Please go for it, Sonny.
Well, I know that clubs will always be asking you, what are other clubs doing to increase membership? It's a perennial question. And so you want to have a bag of tricks, things that, and there are a million things to suggest, just like underwriting the guest's first or second meal. But I wanted to share with you 2 pieces of wisdom that I gleaned in all my hours of listening to people talk. One of them is, if you want more members, do more service projects, because it seems like that gives us visibility and it engages the people who are already members, and people want to help, and it makes it irresistible. And the other thing I will share with you, this is, as a district leadership team, I've been told districts will not grow unless they add new clubs, because we seem to bring the same people in and out. But adding new clubs can be as simple as encouraging your clubs to have a satellite club that meets at a different time, because it begins to expand the access to Rotary, and it may eventually lead to a whole new Rotary club. I know John's going to talk more about new
You're
clubs.
stealing
That's
my
a great
thunder.
segue into John. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, sorry, John, go ahead.
Well, no, I was just telling Sunny that she was stealing my thunder.
Nope, I'm handing it right over to you, John.
Okay, that's great.
Can I ask an extra credit question?
Sure, ask away.
Okay, so for everybody, you all heard what Governor Roush asked us to do for the new incoming members. So the first person that puts it in the chat, you will be receiving a gift. So please type on the chat what the request from Governor Roush is for the coming year regarding the subject we just talked about.
I'm not sure they heard it or true if they weren't at long range planning.
No, Bob announced it.
There you
Oh.
go. So we have a winner. We have a
Oh.
winner.
Okay.
Handwritten welcome note. Yay.
Yes, let him know about the new coming member so he can write letters. Sorry, John. Thank you.
That's cool.
Can I see I just have 4 words for recruiting, for membership.
Everyone bring one.
That's it.
Everyone bring one.
Yes.
Everyone bring one.
Well, we were working on a local project at the hospital on Friday, and I took our president to lunch at the cafeteria, and she was asking, our club has been looking for other things that we can do for the hospital staff. And in asking that question, this person said, well, yeah, I was a Rotary exchange student, and I really was interested in Rotary, but I thought I had to have my own business to be a Rotarian.
Oh.
And she said, no. And so he's going to be coming to our meeting on Wednesday.
Cool.
So I mean, that's one of the Rotary alumni that slipped through the cracks.
There are a lot of those.
Jim, I have a question.
Sure.
I was given a lead by one of the Rotarians, one of the AGs, and I sent it to all the clubs in Las Cruces because the person is in Las Cruces. And it was during the peak of the COVID, I guess, and I don't think he was contacted. So the AG called me and asked me if I had contacted him, and I did. I left him 3 messages. Talked to him on the message. I said about Rotary. I never got a phone call back from that prospective member. What do you do then?
That's about all you can do. You can call them, you can leave messages. If they don't return your call, there's not much else you can do.
Yeah, I left an email and my phone number, and I told him that I was the LG for the district and for the district in the south, and I never heard from him. And he used to be a Rotarian in Australia.
No, I really don't know how membership leads are started. And sometimes situations change for people, and by the time the membership lead comes to us, I don't know how much time elapses from when it starts to when it actually gets to us. So you just don't know, and some of them just don't pan out. That's just kind of the way it is.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
Jim, you sent me like. Jim,
ahead,
you sent
Frank.
me like 5.
Right.
5, and I think out of those 5, I think we picked up 2 or 3 new
That's
members.
really good average.
Yeah.
And one of them was in our Rio Rancho club. So
folks,
you sent him to me, and I contacted the presidents of the clubs in the area that they wanted to be. So, like I said, I think we picked up 3.
Well, that's good. I like that.
Folks, could we let John go ahead with his presentation?
Right. Well, as they say, the only constant is change. And Rotary over the last few years has really changed in how it looks at clubs, and it's opened a great opportunity for growth. And like Governor Sonny said, just about every club should look at maybe the necessary, look at a satellite club. Even here in Socorro, right now I've got about 5 people on the hook out of 8 that I need to start the satellite club. They're young professionals. They can't meet at noon when the regular club meets. And so I'm hoping that by the end of this year that we'll have that club go live. But it's an opportunity to increase membership and to increase service. They will be meeting twice a month, and their hope is that one meeting is to plan and one meeting is to do. So we'll see how that works. But you all know, basically, you know, there's corporate clubs in big cities. I don't know why Intel doesn't have their own club. I don't know why the Presbyterian hospital system, I don't know, do they have a club? They're in the hospital. There are a lot of places where you have a lot of professionals that could possibly establish a club. And since they don't have to meet every week, you know, just twice a month, it's something that's quite possible. There's at least one e-club that's being developed on human trafficking that Tim Parker's working on. And I believe that there's another one that's being looked at, but I'm not really sure about it. But
Yeah, people in the northern part of the district are looking at an e-club on peace.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they are.
So just a second here. What
Can I jump in for just a second while you're doing that? There is an e-club on human trafficking that I attended the other day. Can I ask a quick question? What do we do? Can we have a district e-club on human trafficking? And then there's this one that's kind of national or international or?
Absolutely, yes.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
and we can even have other people from around the world be in our e-club.
Yeah, Tim Parker made a presentation at our zone meeting a couple of weeks ago. And he's going to be, the e-club will be established in our district, but it'll have members anywhere and everywhere. But to have, start a club, you need to have an organization meeting, put out invitations, tell them, you know, who you are, what you do, have a meeting.
Oh my God.
And then hopefully a new club will come out of it. It possibly started as a satellite club, and then once it gets established, then it can be spun out as a regular Rotary club.
You know, his food is all over the ground.
I'm losing my voice. But here's my contact information. And if you need anything, just feel free to contact me. There's all kinds of information online on how to start a club and tools to help you do it. But are there any questions? Well, I also wanted to tell you that Sonny and I, for any new clubs that are established this year, Sonny and I are both giving $100 to the Rotary Foundation as an incentive.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
We're hoping be able to do several $100s at least before the end of June.
Are there any questions? If you have them, you can either raise your hand or put them in chat.
I just want to mention that there's so many different kinds of clubs now. We've kind of touched on it, but cause-based clubs, alumni clubs, corporate clubs, satellite clubs. And actually, I just heard the other day about a district that is creating, this is new to me, a regional muscle club. And the whole point of it is to have people on hand to help clubs with their service projects. You know, I think that really we are limited only by our imaginations here.
That's right.
One thing to reinforce, we talked about this a little bit earlier, is that especially in your roles, clubs may think about their committees because Rotary recommends a particular board structure, but they may not see the connectivity between them. So they have a membership committee and it has a charge, and they've got a Rotary Foundation committee and it has a charge. We're really trying to reinforce the linkages between them and that they work best in tandem. So even though you got presentations on each group, we may want to take some time and think about how do they best connect? How do they leverage off each other and actually improve what each committee is actually working on?
And as a matter of fact, when we sent out the letters accompanying the checks for the district grants, we actually suggest that before the club does anything, they actually sit down, map out a plan, figure out how branding and PR is going to work with the project, how membership is going to get people involved, suggest that you get Rotarians from other clubs that come help involve your Interact and Rotaract clubs and their members, involve just regular civilians to expose them to Rotary and what we're doing. So this is, and Jeff is right, a lot of clubs work in silos. And we are best when we are working together, each with our own strengths and so forth. So so that's why the three-legged stool became a circle, because we keep rolling along, working together. Does anybody have any questions about the material that we talked about? Again, Earl talked about the service committee and how that is going to plug in to the other committees, branding with Arturo, and there is a tremendous gold mine there, foundation, the grant programs and so forth, and membership. And again, no members, no foundation money. So that's how we get, one of the ways we get giving up is to get more members and tell them the story. Tell them the story of Southwest Mobile Clinic, or tell them the story of some of the projects going on in El Paso and Juarez. So questions?
Tom, one other illustration, and this is the time when clubs may need help with club planning. And one of the things that I've seen in several instances, which I really appreciate, to formalize how these committees are linked, is a club will have a membership goal, and with it in their plan, they list that a strategy for their membership goal is improved public image. And they explain that. So it's like, that gives the public image committee a charge that says, if we do a really good job of branding, it really is going to help membership because it's formalized in the plan. So if you as assistant governors, if you're helping clubs with their planning, there ought to be a way to demonstrate in the actual plan that these committees are linked.
So I'm not seeing anything in chat. Are there any hands or anything?
Well, I would say that, if there's any new clubs formed anywhere in the district, I will be there to help celebrate. I mean,
we all should. We all should, John. That's a very good point. And maybe that's
even if I spend the night,
maybe that's part of it, John. If you will make sure we all get the message that, we can be there.
Yeah.
We'll show up.
It's just communication.
Yep.
Hey, John, there was talk of the Bernalillo Club starting again. Do you know, can you give us an update on that, or do you know anything?
Well, I think that we found out that there were some financial problems with the original club. And so we're going to probably look at making a whole new club.
We're kind of
but-
starting from scratch on that
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Yeah. Haven't given up, just it's a
No.
new approach.
Who's leading that up? I only ask because I live in Bernalillo. I don't want to change clubs, but I'd be glad to help over there. But do you know who's
Good
leading
to know. I don't know that we have a point person yet, Ron. Maybe you'd like to be the one.
Well, Scott Stafford's my neighbor.
No kidding. Oh, wow.
No, I'd
There-
be glad to help.
There was a time period when Tony Pino was working on it, but I don't know
Yeah.
if he still is currently or not.
Well, he's been involved in the conversations, as have Dick Jones and I. And
Yeah.
we definitely want to start one, and we think the way to go is to start from scratch. And Scott and Ron, John Morrison and I would be happy to work with you on that.
Yeah, I wasn't volunteering, Scott. I was just mentioning that he.
Well, if there are no other questions, Jeff, we cede back our time, and nobody objects to finishing early, I don't think.
Not at all. Thank you, one and all. That was very
That
helpful.
was awesome, you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now we are in for a real treat. Not that what we just went through was not a treat, but we are in for
Oh, thank you.
a novel, unique treat. Our district Rotaract chair, Luisa Sanchez, is with us, and she's going to talk about Rotaract and how we can form more clubs and so on. So Luisa, the stage is yours.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much
Hi,
for having me.
Lisa.
It's so nice to see you. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about how our club has been, like developing right now. For the ones that don't know, our club, which is the Rotary Club at UTEP, is the only one Rotary Club that is active. And I want to share with you a little bit about what we have been doing during this intense year that it has been like tough because of the pandemic. But I want to show you a little bit about the effort that my team has been doing. Just give me a second. And let me know if you can see my screen.
Hello.
Not yet.
Yeah. Give me a second. All right.
There.
Can you see it? Yes.
Yep.
All right.
Yes.
All right. So I did this super short presentation. Right now, our members, this is the number of our club. We have 26 active members, about 8 passive members, the ones that are like occasionally come in, the ones that, like do something, but at the same time, they're not really active. Some of them are because they graduated already. So that's why they have been like in and out. But in total, we are about 34 active members, you can say that. And I need to say that this year has been, it's really weird because we normally think that the pandemic would, reduce membership in Rotaract, but it actually changed it. We had a crazy increase. Before the pandemic, we had like 14 members and suddenly we started having like a bunch. So I'm really happy about this. This is a project we did in summer, which was called the Homeless Project. Which was, we did like a raffle and then we bought a lot of personal cleaning items such as toothpaste, toothbrush. We manufacture our own mask and everything. So like we could distribute them to the people in the streets. We did that in Juarez, Ciudad Juarez, and here in El Paso. It was a very nice activity. And it was during the summer, so we had like extra caution because it was, it was when everyone was like panicking about the pandemic, but we managed to do this. We also have this activity. It's like a shelter called La Casa de las Abuelitas, which is a shelter of elderly women. And we created a schedule last semester and also this semester in which we distribute our days with our members, so that every week we would have at least 2 people donating something. And it's been working. For Valentine's Day, we did like an activity in which every member would write a letter to one of these women. And as you can see up here, and we delivered them on Valentine's Day. It was super cute. We also had the winter clothes drive, which we worked together with different clubs in UTEP, a lot of organizations. We did offer a trophy, so they really wanted it. We ended up having about 1,500 donations in, like jackets and blankets. It was crazy. It was really nice. And we donated it to different shelters in El Paso, the rescue mission. There's one picture here. And the Opportunity Center. And we also delivered some donations in Ciudad Juarez. Here's the Basura Challenge, in which we went to it was a Chamizal, and we picked up all the trash that we could. Of course, we couldn't finish. Sadly, like there was so much trash in there. But we did what we could. It was very interesting, to work in this different type of projects that is, like that we got our hands dirty, and it was nice. I mean, it was nice to see that it was all dirty, but it was really nice to see our Rotary actors working towards the environment. And then this was an event. This was like an international project in which we collaborated with different people from Mexico, District 4110 and District 4195. I don't know if a lot of you knew, but in Tabasco, they suffer flooding since November. Well, in November, and then they lasted for like a couple of weeks. Well, like the rains. So they have really bad damages. And we collaborated with these other clubs to raise money and to buy these little packages, like the ones that you see, like the kits. They're called Kids for Kids, which they have like personal items. And we also bought like Project Cure kits, which are like larger kits, not kids, kits, that had like a lot of medical stuff, so that these kids would go to their communities with their doctors and could help a lot of people. We're still actually working on this. Currently, we are planning on sending them from Ciudad Juarez to Tabasco. We're having a little bit of issues because of I think we're lacking a little bit of funds. So any of you that are willing to help us in this project, you're welcome to do so. We would really appreciate it. But if you're interested, you can get in contact with me, and I can explain you a little bit more about this project. It was huge because it was international, and we met a lot of Rotary actors around Mexico.
Lisa, be sure to send it to the district newsletter.
Okay, I will.
Okay.
Thank you. And our virtual meetings, we have never stopped meeting throughout the semester and last semester. Of course, there are some times in which we have like 5 members joining our meetings, and some others in which we have like 20. So it's been a roller coaster, really, but we have never stopped working, which shows our members that we're there, that we're still going to be there. Even if sometimes there are not good days, we're still going to be there. We also collaborated with our sponsor Rotary Club, which is Camino Real Rotary Club. We collaborated with them with a virtual run and donating blood, which for everyone here, know that if you sponsor a Rotary Club, it's more than something that you will be carrying with, it's help. You're gonna have young people helping you collaborating with you. We're here to help. We're here to work together. Of course, we will sometimes ask for your help as well as you can ask for our help. And I think this is a really good and clear example to show you that, we collaborate, we work together. We don't work for another one, but we work together. And it's really nice. I think here is present Arturo, which is like part of my sponsor club. Um, so yes, like I really encourage all of you to look for sponsoring a Rotaract, not only for having a Rotaract, but because you know that you're going to have young hands to help you with several events. And here is my information. I truly apologize for the ones that have reached out to me, and sometimes I take the longest time to reply. Like I'm still a student and I have like a bunch of things going on, but I promise you that I will do what's in my hands to reply to you and to get in contact with you. As I have been saying for the last week and past weeks and throughout this whole year that I have been the DRR, well, yes, for the district, it's very important to have Rotaract clubs for several reasons. Our goal, as we saw it last week, is to have at least to grow from 1 to 4 Rotary clubs in our district. It's very important to have your support as sponsor Rotary clubs, and as well as like your people in your community. It's a little bit hard for example, for me in this position, to go and search for possible future Rotary actors in your community because I'm not there. So I really encourage you to, if you see like any potential of leadership in your community, or if, as how it is in Mexico, if in the sons of the Rotarians are really involved with Rotary, like encourage them to open a Rotary club, and I'll be here to help in however I can. Next year's Rotary representative will be, his name is Isaac Quiroga. He's from my Rotary club, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna be there in pets. So like I'll be there helping him, and like I'm not gonna, like this is not gonna go out of my hands right away. I leave this position. So like, please get in contact to me if you have like possible prospects for Rotary leadership in your community. And I really don't know for how long I've been talking, so I'm gonna let you talk if you have any questions or anything that you want to comment about this.
Louisa?
Good job.
Yes, great presentation, Louisa. Are any of you and your friends in Rotaract attending the district convention?
Correct. Yes, we are.
Excellent.
Not only attending, they're going to be presenting.
It's even better.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we'll be there. 9 of us are going to be there.
Great.
I don't know, Luis, if you personally would know, but I'm curious for those of you who have been involved with a Rotaract club, do we know why previous Rotaract clubs ended? Because we used to have more than one.
Yeah, so like the one that I know that closed recently and that it was super active, it was the NMSU Rotary Club. And the reason it closed, I talked with the last board members, and they said that it was because, first of all, because of the pandemic. They were in school and they were going to have their elections in the following month. But because of the pandemic and everything went virtual, they stopped meeting. And all the board members didn't have like the next year's board of members. So they just, like they let it die. That was one of the reasons. But then I know that it's easier for university clubs to terminate because they graduate and then they continue with their lives, and sometimes they don't look back to see the future in Rotary in their university. So I think that's one of the issues. We should, as I was talking with our governor Sonny, we should encourage more community-based Rotary clubs, because it's once we have a community base, then we can graduate from our university and we're still gonna be part of it. We're not gonna feel that like we are graduating from Rotary Club. And I feel that's one of the issues with the university base.
Noticed that too. Thank you, Louisa.
Arturo?
If I may, I'm sorry if you hear background noise. If I lives around, she just woke up from her nap, so you might hear her screaming. So I'm sorry, Lisa, for her jumping in. And I just wanted to recognize Lisa's hard work. She's been doing a lot. Leading her club, being the district liaison. So I just want to applaud her for that. And we always talk about sharing stories. And we had a great story, for example, with Jasser. Jasser went to Ryla when he was in high school, and he was sponsored by his current club. And now he's the president of the club that sponsored his Ryla. So, we need to find out those stories and be able to share, to get more young people see that there's a path, a direct path. And I totally agree with Lisa, the easier that we can make it for them once they graduate college to become Rotarians, I think is going to be a lot easier for us to keep the membership. So congratulations, Lisa, for everything you're doing for our district and our communities.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
All right. If there are no other questions for Louisa, we're going to transition now to youth protection and youth programs.
I have a question.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Marjorie.
I was just thinking, wouldn't it be neat if the Rotaract kids, when they graduated, they had a membership alert sent to the Rotary Club that was where they were going to be living? One of the things that Jim was talking about.
It's a very good idea. Yes.
Yeah, something
Once
that
a Rotary.
And you know what else you could do, Louisa, that would be really smart? When you do graduate from UTEP, you'll be an alumni, and you can use the UTEP database system. And for example, I know that my husband has used, he graduated from A&M, and he's used the database system anytime he goes anywhere for military stuff. He can contact people that graduated from the same university all over the world. So if you're stationed or moving somewhere or anywhere, you can find other graduates who may be Rotarians and use that to help you move into the next stage of your life. So just a great way to connect others too.
Yes.
I definitely want to talk to you later.
Sounds good.
Sonny, do we have a district alumni, Rotary alumni chair this year? Is that Dom? Is Dom going to be it next year?
That's, yeah, Bob, is he continuing?
He is, yes.
Oh, good. So the
So that's
answer
just a
is
huge opportunity.
yes, it is.
Any other questions?
I just want to say this kind of applies to all of us in every area. We are not good about alerting Rotary clubs in other communities when we lose a member who is moving. We could be doing a lot more to keep people in Rotary if we just paid attention to that one thing.
Sonny, I agree with you. I know we had recruited a new young person that was my neighbor, and then she ended up taking a job in Lubbock. And I talked to her boss actually happened to be a member of the Lubbock Rotary Club. So she transferred right in there. But you're right, that would be great.
Just takes a little attention. Yeah, it's very simple. It just takes attention.
So just to share something that we recently did, one of our club members is going to go work in California. He already checked out, and there's about, I think, 11 clubs in the area. And what we did, and this could be of help, we created a one-pager about our club, saying our main projects are this and that. We have, you know, this are the, I don't know, recognition so that they can know that we're working very closely with the district. And he's going to take that one pager so that the clubs are aware of his experience in the Rotary Club. We talked about the number of global grants, district grants. So he's going to try to get support from our projects, but
Right.
we can equip them with that if they change cities or make it easier for them.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Louisa? Okay, well, you very much appreciate you being part of this and part of our district, absolutely. Okay, so now we're going to turn it over to youth protection and youth programs, and there's going to be a number of people presenting and facilitating. Dick or Tony, who is going to go first?
I'll go ahead and introduce Dick and what we're going to be talking about. How are you? Everybody doing well? I think I'm really excited that you saved the best for last, not the speaker best for last, but the program's best for last. And you know, I got involved with Rotary in 2004, and what's kept me in Rotary is the dedication of youth. And I'm real excited that I jumped right in. Rotary del Sol is my home club, and our whole club is dedicated to youth. We've raised over and given away over $1 million to youth organizations over the years since I've been involved. And we also have built a foundation with over $1 million in it to give out specifically to youth programs. And my involvement with Rotary, many of you I see on here, I know almost every one of you, if not every one of you, because I was an AG first, went during Bobby Wallace's district governor term, and then I became involved with as an LG. And so as a lieutenant governor, I know what you all are going through. It's going to be an exciting year. Next year, we've had an interesting year, like you've probably all been talking about, but we're fired up about what we're going to be doing in the future with youth programs. And I'm going to let Dick take over and start with what we need to be focused on is youth protection and crisis management with particularly youth programs, but throughout the district. And he's headed up that portion of what we're doing, and he's really taken it on. He's organized committees. There's a lot of planning behind the background going on in these areas. And I'll let him tell you about youth protection policies. And the goal here, like you've been learning all along, is to take this in and help your presidents and presidents-elect early, and then your presidents during the year understand and go through and read the material so that you can direct them to where to find the information that we're going to show you. You don't have to know it all. You just need to show them where to find it and know that it exists. You may not remember everything that Dick's going to tell you because it's pretty intense, but pay attention the best you can and get ready to go teach or tell others about what they may need to know about these areas. Dick, you want to go ahead?
Dick.
Are you muted, or I know
you're on mute, Dick.
Sorry about that. Youth protection has really been in our primary vision for about the last 6 or 8 years. It used to be that, you know, we were Rotarians. We didn't have to worry about anything happening, but in today's world, we've learned that that is not true. So the Rotary International and District 5520 have developed a series of protocols for protecting the youth in our district, and that is really what is paramount for us, and our goal is to protect the youth in 5520. I am the youth protection officer. If anything comes up, you know, you can reach out to me immediately. If I am not available, Michelle Frechette is the Assistant Youth Protection Officer, and then we will guide you and get you going in this process. We have developed a series of policies that will help you and the district protect our youth. And we have done this by incorporating the RI policies into our district policies. We have defined the role of leadership within the district, and we have outlined what every club president needs to know and what the officers of the district and the committee chairs need to know about youth protection. So that is all available and easily accessed on the homepage of the district website. You can see in the upper right corner of the screen the homepage, and the menu has been expanded to show you the youth protection area. Everything that you need to know is in that section, and we'll look at that in a little bit more detail in a few minutes. The Board of Governors of Rotary established this statement for working with youth within District 5520 or within Rotary International, and it has been adopted by District 5520. So this is our guiding mission and our statement. All of the responsibilities of the individuals involved in youth protection are spelled out. You can see the district governor's responsibilities here. You can see my responsibilities. We ask that individuals that are participating in projects with youth have a fill out an application, have a background check, and take some online training. All of the governors, myself, we have all done this. So we are leading the way. We maintain the records for 5 years, after which those records are destroyed. What I really want to concentrate on this afternoon, though, is what you as the assistant governor need to be aware of. And you need to know all the RI policies and the District 5520 policies. You need to know that they're on the home page, and if there's a question, you can go there to find the answer. If it's an emergency, you can go there because we have contact information posted, and you can reach Michelle or myself or any of the team immediately. We want you to be available to assist with training, training your club board, training your club presidents so that they are aware of the policies and know what they need to know to make sure that everything is enacted on the club level. We want you to coordinate with us to keep us informed of what's going on. Particularly in the Interact Club, the requirements for RI are fairly loose in forming an Interact Club. So if you're aware of an Interact Club functioning in your area, please let us know, because I will take that information. I will share it with Tony, who is chair of youth programs, and that way we know and can monitor those situations. So please be sure and share that. Keep the governor informed. The governor has asked that the youth protection officer be the lead person on these events, and when something happens, we're on the phone constantly until the situation is resolved. We have asked, beginning this year, we have asked that assistant governors and lieutenant governors and program chairs at the district level be certified in youth protection. The reason that we have asked that you do this is, one, we want to have you as a resource as if something were to occur and we needed assistance in an emergency situation. Two, we feel that to be able to identify when there is an abuse situation or a harassment situation going on, you need to know about it to be able to see it. It's a very simple process. The application, the forms are all online. The training courses don't take more than 30 minutes. So you have, it's a very easy process. We've had about, I would say about 12 of our assistant governors, lieutenant governors, and committee chairs go through this. You know, by the time we get into the end of summer, we would like to see everyone that is involved that come into any contact with someone under the age of 18 to have gone through this process. As a
Dick, you have a question in the chat from Ron Hensley.
okay,
Wants to know if the certification, it lasts for multiple years.
the certification lasts for 1 year. And we will start notifying individuals when their certification expires so that you can get recertified. And our library of training has expanded in the last couple of years. Rotary International has improved the quality of their course. And we also have access to the North American Youth Exchange library. And so we have a number of courses. So even though you'll have to take another course, it will be a different one. So thank you for that question, Ron.
I have a follow-up to that.
Yes.
That Rotarians who are currently certified through Rotary Youth Exchange have already taken the NAN module, the North American Youth Exchange Network's module for youth protection, potentially if they've refreshed within the year on that. That's available through the Youth Exchange site, and we ask you to do that as you become volunteers for Youth Exchange.
And since Michelle brought that up at this point, let me make a clarifying statement for you. What we are asking of our club presidents and our assistant governors is to fill out the same application and take the same courses that the Rotarians involved in youth exchange are taking. They are tracked by Michelle because they need immediate access to those records in youth exchange. But to share the workload, I am taking responsibility and processing applications for RILA, Interact, for the AGs, LGs, club presidents. So we're splitting up the load that way. And we do share these documents between our Rotary programs. We do not share our information outside of the district, and we cannot accept background checks for Rotary that have been performed by any other organization. If we have a situation we need to have immediate access to those source documents. And that means I need to come home, open up the vault, pull that document out, or I need to be able to get onto the phone and call Michelle and say, okay, we've got this person in a youth exchange program, pull their documents immediately. So that is kind of an internal working on what we, how we handle youth protection within the district. As assistant governors, we want you to be able to work with your club presidents and officers. And we want you to be able to share Rotary's youth protection policies with them and train them on them. We want to make sure that the club members are aware of their responsibilities. This becomes important in times where they need to drive the students somewhere, or they're, considering being a sponsor of a club. So we want everyone to have a general knowledge. We want the program chairs to go through the background checks. We want you to be sure and coordinate with Tony and with the program chairs. We want them to know how to get in touch with me. And we want to assure everyone that the information that we collect, both in the applications and if an incident were to arrive, is private information. As far as with a student, it is not necessarily confidential, because we may have to share that information with the district governor, with the local authorities, with CYFD, but it is not the topic of conversation at a board meeting. If you have an incident in your club, it should be handled with enough discretion that only the committee chair and the club president are aware of it, and the rest of the club or even the board have no idea that something like this has happened. We want to make sure that we know who all of the volunteers are that were working with youth programs, and we want them to complete the same courses and certification process. As I mentioned, everything is on the district website. You can see the youth protection drop-down menu, and that is where you will find everything. The first document is kind of an overview. It lists the latest version of the documents. The second page lists all our contact information. We provide a copy of the district's youth policy, our transportation policy. This is something that's fairly new that we have implemented in District 5520. Other districts have not spelled out their transportation policy, but because we have such vast distances that we're working with, we felt it necessary to detail our transportation policy. There are abuse and harassment allegation guidelines within those documents. That is a copy of the contact information. It lists youth protection. It lists the governors. It lists the program chairs. There is an incident report in the file. If in case something happens, you'll have the paperwork that you need to start documenting everything, and we do expect complete documentation. The application for you, the privacy agreement, because we do stress that we don't want this information shared. And we felt that it was important enough that we put a privacy agreement in there. And then we give you a copy of the RI policy that spells out everything. So in addition to the Rotary website, there are courses on the Learning Center at Rotary International, and there are youth protection courses on the NIAN website. All of these can be resources to the assistant governor, to the club president, and to the program chairs. It's a lot of information. We've covered it very, very quickly. If there are any questions or
Jen, ask your question. I think it's a good one.
I had to double unmute. So if because we have an event where we actually serve lunch to students that are in middle school, but the event is hosted by the school, do all of our participants need to go through the background check and fill out the forms and all of that?
No, if it is hosted by the school, if the school is supervising it,
yep,
then you do not need to go through the Rotary protocol. If you were sponsoring an Interact club, we would want the sponsor, the club sponsor, to go through the training and the certification process for Rotary. But with an Interact club, if it's a school-based Interact club, the school is going to have a set of protocol also that you will need to observe. And just one closing comment, and that is that also on that home page for the website is the district's crisis communication and management plan. This is information. I don't have time to get into it today. We'll talk about it more at PETS. But it is a process that we established last summer. We are working to update it with exhibits from each of the programs that address their specific needs. RILA had a meeting yesterday where they're working on theirs. Youth Exchange has had a higher level of accountability for a number of years, so theirs is in place, and we're working on developing the relationship with the school-based Interact clubs. So you'll be hearing more of that as we move forward over the next year or so. So if there are no more questions, I will yield the floor back to Tony.
I have one other comment about crisis management.
Go ahead.
I don't want people to think that crisis management only applies to crisis with youth. There could be a crisis involving an entire Rotary club with a van full of Rotarians being injured or something. That sort of thing is included in with the crisis management plan. And getting a hold of Dan Garrison or Dick Jones, if you have those kinds of concerns, is important even while we're trying to get the details developed.
And
all the contacts are on the district website.
And a crisis does not have to necessarily mean bodily injury. I mean, it could be club embezzlement. If you discovered something along the lines of club embezzlement, you should take advantage of this resource for anything that might have become a public issue.
Yeah, if it's likely to or has potential to be a newsworthy issue, we need to be contacted where we can get the resources in place to deal with the media, etc., and let the club deal with its own issues within the club. It's a form of protection for the club, and it puts people who are professionals at dealing with the news or with other agencies and have them be the front for that. And the president and the board can take care of their members.
Great.
Thank you, everyone.
Great. Thanks, Dick, very much. And, you know, Dick will present at, yay, Dick. Dick will present at PETS, like he said, and that'll help all your presidents-elect. But I'm sure he'll be available to speak to the clubs as the year goes on. If you your clubs need a good guest speaker, it's always good to be preventative and to know that we have, that Rotary International has, is on top of it, and that our district is on top of all this. It's very necessary. So with that, Sarah Jones has joined us. Sarah is Dick's daughter, and she has been in charge of four-way tests for quite some time. And the four-way test is something that I think is neglected a little bit too much. We get on it too late as the clubs. We don't focus on it enough, but it's very valuable. The first exposure I had was the first district conference I attended, and my cousin showed up who had won the four-way test award and gave a wonderful talk about it. And I was shocked, and I thought, wow, what a great program. This is something that every club should get involved with. And I hadn't heard about it, quite frankly, until I went to district conference and he was chosen and presented. So our club got a little bit better at it, but we're still not a great club at promoting the four-way test. So Sarah, you want to tell us what the four-way test is and how to get involved and where we find the forms and so forth?
Yes, thank you for that great introduction. That's such a wonderful New Mexican story. My cousin showed up and won this essay contest. So that's wonderful. And yes, you know, that's something, a bit of a knot that I have wrestled with in the past 4 years of doing this, is that the contest is very popular with a core committed group of clubs. And I set some pretty ambitious goals about having, you know, every 8th grader in our district participate. But what I've realized is that although the four-way test is a simple test, 4 questions, very simple, ethics is a complex philosophy, and often coming in cold turkey to an 8th grade class, as we know, our amazing teachers are overloaded as it is, can result in essays that are less than good. And while the children do a heroic job of trying to grasp the concept, that on top of writing a well-structured essay, often the two don't meet. So one of the things I think is important is, I know Rio Rancho does some things with literacy and youth, and other clubs have their different programs, whether it's Interact or specific service missions. So if your club can try and get the four-way test into their environment in a natural way, whether it's community billboards, teachers with four-way test t-shirts, bookmarks at your library, different ways to just have it part of their natural environment. When they come across it as an 8th grader, it will be less of a foreign concept and something that they've been familiar with, and the essay will be a little bit easier. So that's something that I'd like to propose to the district at a later date, and maybe get some creative input on other ways that this could happen. But for this year, the four-way test contest is due March 7th. The information is on the district website under the youth programs tab. The question is, what is the four-way test and how can I use each Question, as a tool to make better decisions. Let me see if I can share my screen. Oops. Share screen. And for the previous years, I had the graphic of an intersection, a four-way stop, and that to me felt like a good tool. But then I realized that these were actual tools, and so this is my graphic this year. And so I thought it was a great way to get the kids to think conceptually about an actual tool and how I can use this to make a decision. So let's see if I've checked everything out. I want to remind everyone that as of last year, we've added a teacher prize. The teachers are doing so much and they need to be recognized if they choose to step up to this. I also want to emphasize that this is not an ACT. This is not a college entrance exam. There should not be strict timelines other than the due date, which I particularly love when my clubs make me practice the four-way test as the late entries come in. And I have to say, is this fair to all? Now, sometimes I'm able to let the late entries slide if there's a technical difficulty, but I'm pretty strict with that. So, but it is a fun way because I am a big softie. So I do use this tool myself to keep me ethical as we navigate this test. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them. If not, I just really appreciate the clubs that do participate. And if there are any ideas or people that are interested in being part of this program, I would love to have you participate. So thank you very much.
Sarah, where did you say the four-way test was on the district website?
It's under the youth programs tab at the very bottom.
Oh, got it. Thank you.
Sarah, I have two questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you noticing a dramatic decrease in participation this year because of schools being closed and COVID?
I have not. I have the deadline is the 7th, so I will get some data in the next week or so, and then I can report back. I would be surprised if my numbers changed. I've been pretty consistent from year to year. 2018, I had 18, 2019, 12, and 2020, 14. So the average seems pretty consistent.
Yes, it does. And my other question is, we have traditionally had the winner present at the district conference. Are we planning to do that again, I hope?
I would like to, and with Zoom, that makes it a little easier because I don't have to worry about transportation. So whoever's in charge of that agenda, I think 10 minutes.
Okay, great. Yes, super, thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. So, Sarah, thank you very much. Are there any more questions?
Hello.
We're good? Good. So one of the big things that you might do, and I know that we're all AGs, LGs going into next year, but if you'll help us promote this year or get in touch with, if you're an LG, get in touch with this year's AG if they've already going to be out, and have them send the link to the four-way test to the presidents. You know, and yeah, we could do it from the district level. We could get Donette to do that, but that would be one way to interact and let the clubs know that you're there to help them. If you'll just take the link and get it to your president and say, the deadline's March 7th, here's the form for you. This is where you find it. That would be a great thing, I think, that you could do. So.
May I ask a question?
Of course.
Sure.
Just a quick question. I don't know if it's me, but it just kind of stuck in my head. Is the picture with the tools inclusive enough? I was trying to figure out if that it will limit some people to apply. I don't know. It's just me seeing, you know, the toolbox, if that's going to be inclusive, or do we need to change the tools? I don't know if it seems, I don't know, just food for thought.
I would love to talk more with you about that. I tend to be a champion of inclusivity and try and be as progressive as possible. And I'm curious, what would my toolbox exclude?
And like, yeah, we can definitely talk about it offline if you like, just to take more time. But I put my cell phone and everything. I'll put it again.
Okay, yeah, I would love to hear about that, because yes, I certainly want to make sure that we're inclusive and not offensive, and that it's a simple graphic that turns on some light bulbs. One of the other things I'd like to stress to the group is with timelines and different clubs doing things at different times, the rules and the question have not changed significantly from year to year. So if you want to start the essay contest at a different time, go right ahead and just contact me, and I can update you with the 2022 deadlines. So if you wanted to roll out this for next school year, it's basically the same, because I don't think switching up the questions is as important as having the children master the simple concept.
Arturo, I love that you do everything and you're always on top of it as far as how things relate to public image. That's awesome. Good job.
And it's just a thought, it might not be, but I will definitely like to. And I put my cell phone there. Feel free to reach out to me, and then we can talk it over and see if I'm.
I will definitely be contacting you, because I'd also just like to chat about your impressions. So thank you.
Sarah, thank you. It's
Thank you
very
so
helpful.
much.
Great. Good job, Sarah. All right, now we're going to move on to Interact. Let's just see, how many of you have Interacts in your own Interact clubs that are associated with your own clubs? Can you raise your hand? You can either use the reactions at the bottom or raise your hand. So super. Interact is some clubs are struggling this year with the COVID, and some clubs are thriving. I'll tell you a little bit before Dan takes over and tells what's going on with his Los Lunas club as an example. And we're going to use these examples that you can share with others on what might make a more vibrant Interact club. But our East Mountain Club that Rotary del Sol sponsored, and by the way, the way that club got started is we would invite every year the Miss Teen New Mexico to our Rotary Governor's Charity Ball. And the one year, one of the ladies heard about Interact at our event and contacted me and Jeff Weinrack, and we met with her and her father, and they started the East Mountain Interact Club. And it's taken off in a big way. One of the key things that they've done this year is they have regular sessions with the Guatemala Interact Club. They get on and they communicate and they hold their meetings at the same time. And they've learned really how to reach out. They do a lot of things in their school. They have a sock drive at Christmas for classmates, and a clothing drive, different things that they put on, and they do a lot of great things in their school. But I know that Dan is on to tell a little bit more extensively about how their club works in Los Lunas, and it's a dynamite club, and he can share and get you excited about promoting Interact, and that Interact can work very well. So Dan?
Okay, thank you. First of all, Interact is for ages 12 to 18. It originally was 14 to 18, but Rotary has changed that. So it is a legitimate club for middle school age students too. Most choose to deal with high school simply because the kids are more self-mobile and there's less to do about getting places. The Interact in Los Lunas, I told them they had to have 25 kids sign up, or before I would send in a certification form. And they called me 4 days later and said, "Will 53 do?" And that's kind of the way the whole club has worked. A lot of Rotary clubs are shut down. almost from their projects and their things. Some aren't, but a lot of them are. This Interact kids haven't stopped. They've been doing morale boosters for the high school staff. They just, today I'm missing 2 programs. One, they're delivering morale boosting cards to an assisted living facility in the area. And the other, they are
Can
making.
I interrupt? I don't know if we can hear you that well. I don't know if it's your not close enough to the microphone or your when you move.
Okay.
Sorry, there you go. Thank you.
They're also they were working on getting some things ready. They've teamed also with Facebook, and they do the preparation and getting the presents that Facebook's charities that they put together, and the Interact deliver that.
Dan, it's still kind of cutting in and out. I'm not sure why, because at
I
times
don't
I
either.
hear you fine. So I apologize, but it's been kind of
Okay.
cutting in and out.
It's not giving me an indication that it is. The kids, you'll find kids, youth, really want to serve the community. I mentioned in earlier one of the breakouts. I honestly believe if you think today's youth can't handle it, and the world's in trouble, you need to sit down and talk to these kids. They don't ask them about what they hate most in the cafeteria or who their favorite teacher is. Ask them about the world and ask them about their dreams. I will guarantee you will walk away amazed. They want to make a difference. This club is also wanted to get involved with one of the re-education projects in Kenya, but they can't get the Rotary clubs that are working with it in California to respond to them. So they're looking to join with other clubs and talk also, like the East Mountains Club. So we're in that process. The key has been we found 3 absolutely magnificent staff members at the high school.
We still can't hear you very clear at all. It's breaking up really, really bad.
Well, then I'll stop talking.
Well, actually, he could turn off his video and just talk to us for a minute, and that may improve his signal a lot.
That's true. It helped me.
Try that, Dan, if you would. There goes your pretty face, but let's try.
Does that help?
Yes.
So far, yes.
It does. Okay.
Yeah.
They see the world as their oyster and their responsibility. And they really want to do things that make a difference. And they're looking, as I said, for that connection, not just in their own community, but in other places also. The other things they're doing, they're cleaning streets at the high school. They are working with the village to do pre-planting and medians. Yeah, it's their enthusiasm will certainly brighten up all the Rotarians. I guarantee you. One of the things to be aware of, we have our protocols on youth protection. The schools also have their protocols on youth protection. So if you are the Rotary person who is going to be working with high school students, if you're ever in a situation where you're going to be the supervisor of an activity, even if it's one kid, you're going to have to go through the background check for the schools too. You know, they They have the same legal constraints we do, and they cannot accept a background check by someone else. Okay, so whereas the district's been carrying the load for us, going through the schools. Now, I'm speaking only of my school district locally here. It costs me $50 to do that for each person. So be sure and check with those and be aware of what the commitments are. Okay, and again, those have to be done every year. I'm through.
Thanks.
If you have
Ann.
questions, I'll be glad to try to answer them.
Any questions? Great. So the big thing is get your presidents-elect to really consider reaching out and getting an Interact Club started. And all the tools are available on our district website and on the RI website. There are videos on Interact. There are all kinds of tools. Get connected with not only the president, but the youth services chairs of each club and work with them and encourage them to get involved with Interact and start a club. It's really, really rewarding. And again, I think that's one way that we can continue to retain people as members is if we involve more youth. People get really fired up and know that they're doing something really good when they involve the youth. And there's no better way than involving youth than youth exchange. And Michelle Frechette will be telling us all about youth exchange and things that you should know and things that you should pass down. I started out years ago in 2009. My wife Julie and I had an exchange student, one of the best experiences in our lives. He was from Switzerland. He's been back to visit us a couple of times. My wife and I have gone there to visit him and his family and spent 10 days there. And it's just an amazing experience. It's very simple. But there's a lot to it. The reason it's simple is Michelle has put together an amazing team. I attended the NIAN conference last weekend, and oh my gosh, is that there a lot of information, a lot of connection, a lot of coordination that has to go on to have a youth exchange in your district. And I can tell you by far, districts are having youth exchange, and that's because Michelle Frechette and her team. Michelle, you want to take over?
Oh, thank you very much. That was very nice. Let me go ahead and share screen. Make sure I get the right one. And okay, now I've got to figure out how I can see everything here. I want to see humans. Okay. Well, thanks everybody for being here today. You know, the condensed nature of this means that I only get just a few minutes. So I kind of did a stream of consciousness the other night. So I'll apologize because I just kind of wrote. Some of these items are so fresh and new that I needed to take a completely different direction to update everybody. So that was more of my goal, so that when you have clubs ask questions, you'll know what's been happening for the last 12 months. So when we shut down, we had 23 ambassadors in districts abroad. That was a heck of 3 or 4 months, because we basically started right around March 15th with asking the question of what do we do next? Rotary International offered us some support in terms of saying, let us know what you need. They also assigned our various leadership in the multi-districts to take over the task of taking in the information from multiple districts and funneling that uphill to RI, because it saved time for Rotary International to be able to track the information. So as a district, I needed to I probably redid the updates at least sometimes every week, sometimes every 2 weeks, as to whether the children were there or not, whether anybody had COVID, whether they were planning on coming home, when they were going to fly home. We had students come home within 2 weeks of shutdown in the various countries, right up through right up through the end of their exchange. There was 3 or 4 students who actually didn't go home until July, which was pretty remarkable. But that basically required that we had amazing Rotarians and host families and Rotary districts out there who were saying, you know, it's no different for us to have the child here or not. We're okay. It's just another child in our home. We're already used to this. Some of the children, when the school was shut down in places like Germany, they were actually taken out of town to the second home, which were like remote cabins off in the woods. And they all went out and lived in the wilderness for a month or 2. It was pretty remarkable. They kind of left it to the families and the districts and the hosts to decide what they wanted to do. There were some visas in place with some programs for this year, because those visas got issued prior to the Department of State shutdown of the exchange visas. So there was a few kids that actually exchanged the world, not with our program, but with other programs. So that was really interesting. So what are we going to do now? Where are we going? So we've been on suspension. We're trying our best to work with volunteers to stay certified. So for those volunteers that have dropped out of certification, Gary Armijo, our background check runner, and myself and the committee are doing our best to encourage the various clubs to stay certified as much as possible. We have done rebound reorientation by Zoom. The parents and the students participated actively. It was, oh my gosh, we started that Zoom and the Rotary, our district team of 8 of us and a couple of Rotecs. And boy, I found myself just sobbing because I wasn't getting to see these children in person. It was such a disappointment. But I was relieved that they were home and they were safe. So that experience in August was really new for all of us. We encouraged the student applicants to stay on our list. So we probably had a dozen students on the list for last cycle. As of today, 7 of them are still on the list. They have not aged out. Some of them have gotten to 18 or close to 18. So we're going to be asking countries if they'll take older students. The program does take students up to the age of 19 in some regions of the world. Our district usually does about 18 and a half. This year, if we get to send kids out, we will probably send some that are out over the age of 18 and a half and almost 19 by the time they come home, because we have an exceptional circumstance and we're all trying to be flexible. We've credited funds to for those students. So for the next cycle of exchange. So Reg Ryder has been a great manager of our dollars. We've been helping them reapply, and then we've got new student applicants as well. So we do want to encourage clubs to continue staying in touch with us and letting us know what's happening. So we did have a number of clubs who have done the application process. We've done some interviews in person and we've done some interviews by Zoom. So we've kind of done this hybrid, and this is just kind of a descriptive of all of that. We did first district interviews with students and parents. We did some of them socially distant here in Albuquerque at my office. We just used a long lobby, put tables a long ways from each other, and put the family on one side and the Rotarians on the other. That worked. We did some of those by Zoom. The second district interview, usually we want to have some in-person contact with the students. So we did a Zoom session so that Rotecs from the past could tell the kids about their countries. We did an in-person hike and lunch with small groups in 5 cities: Taos, Santa Fe, Albuquerque, Las Cruces, and El Paso. And we had the students with at least one committee member or with one high-level Rotarian who's done youth exchange for a long time to help assess their personalities. How are they doing? And we're going to be doing a Zoom this coming week to do the final country placement. And we've Zoomed with all the kids for that. So we think that it won't be hard to place the students. And the reason it's not going to be hard is because the Central States, which is one of the large multi-districts in the United States, which has multiple Rotary districts in it, is already suspended. So if we are able to do it and we're able to find countries who have school in person and get these students vaccinated, then the likelihood we're going to have placement options abroad is high. Last week at NAN, the countries were basically saying, you know, we've got 150 kids in our district, and we need a place for them. And there's 30 kids here, there's 40 kids here, and they're all dying to come to the United States. So there will be a need if we're able to do it. So we expect that Rotary International's Youth Committee will be giving us some information somewhere between the 3rd and the 6th. We hope to create virtual exchanges regardless, although we're getting some mixed response because some of the kids are just overloaded in terms of the whole idea of being on a computer, in terms of interacting with others. And if we can't have a full year exchange, we're hoping Rotary International will at least let us have a modified exchange from January to July. And of course, that depends on the various layers. U.S. Department of State issuing visas, Rotary International saying it's okay for a half year, District 5520 and our clubs being okay with half a year as well. So that'll take some effort. How can you guys help us? Please support the clubs who will, in the midst of this budgetary downturn, have an inbound student. So we're going to need to have clubs use unique ways to find funding. We're going to need to encourage clubs to have an inbound. We have 13 children. We do need additional placements for inbounds in the district. Like the Taos Milagros got 3 student candidates. And I really want for them all to go. I mean, we all do. And in order for them all to go, it's going to be hard for Taos to place 3 inbounds. So that's why we need the extra clubs. So please look at that and please encourage the clubs as part of your supervising activity to do this. And help us to come up with new ways to do this. Maybe we get some clubs to team up. Remember that for the kids as well as us in pandemic, you'll be exactly as happy as you decide to be. Thanks.
Awesome. Yay. Any questions?
Thanks, Michelle. That was great.
Michelle, what is the financial obligation of each club for an inbound student, and where does the money go for that? Can you give
You know what? I don't remember if I gave the club budget. I think I gave it to Jeff for the documents. I think it's in the documents. So it's about $3,000 for an inbound student. That includes a monthly stipend into the student's pocket to make sure that they can do things like have a cup of coffee or go to the movies if the movies ever reopen. That they're paying for the district weekends, and hopefully those district weekends will be happening in person because that really is an essential piece of our program. So we're going to need for that to be happening. And so we're hoping schools will be open across the district so this can all happen in the other direction too. And then of course, the kids, little expenses, their birthday, Christmas, those are the big parts of the expense.
And the host family can get some of that, right? Is that still happening?
Well, host families don't ever receive a dime. And that is actually a stipulation, right, by the U.S. Department of State. So host families get extra, the student gets extra support. So let's say lunch at La Cueva High School is real expensive. If it is, and the family just doesn't have a budget for that, then the club can go ahead and take care of giving the student a little extra stipend to pay for lunch at school. So we do our best to encourage the clubs to stay monitoring with what the host family needs as well.
And I did upload the youth documents into the folder in your club runner area, so you should have those.
Yeah, and I should have put the club budget in that folder. If it's not there, I'll make sure I'll look after we're done and I'll make sure that it's there.
Michelle, are we still doing a talent show?
Oh, yes. That's the plan. The plan is for a talent show. You know, even if Rotary International suspends, I'm hoping, thanks Shane, I'm hoping that the kids would still be excited about doing talent for us and submitting that. The other option is obviously we've got Rotex in the world. We had 10 of them show up for the student interviews and facilitation to describe their countries. They could do it from Belgium and from Australia and from wherever else I have them. So, and then we've also got best of that Marshall and I may go through some recordings and try to pull out some old acts that you've all seen before if the recordings are good enough to duplicate.
That's great. Just so you know, that's how I decided I wanted a youth exchange student, was from seeing a talent showing that I want one of those. So, you know, you get your prospective host families to come see this.
that was one of the best district conferences ever because the whole committee came home and said, did you hear Silver City's going to host? We were so excited.
Yeah. So great. Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks, guys.
So we'll go on to RILA, and my involvement with RILA has been pretty extensive, and no wonder I'm Youth Services Program Chair, because I think I've had a hand in some way or another in all the youth programs. But I'm a counselor for RILA a few years ago. Last year I ran the sports, and now I'm going to be the boys camp leader for RILA coming up. And one of the things that we were able to do during Sunny's term was finally start the RILA Foundation. And all of you have gotten in the district newsletter and notices that we now have a foundation. It's a 501c3 organization. We can take donations. The biggest reason we started it was to save the money on taxes and so forth and grocery receipts. Quite a bit of money can just be saved there. But we are interviewing investment advisors. I'm on the investment council. We have several great names. We have some that were actually counselors at RILA and that are volunteering to be our investment advisors. So we'll pick one and we'll be setting up categories for endowments, for different things. And we're going to have them be named like the Sonny Brown, who is the district founder of RILA and longtime, he speaks at every camp and he just needs to be noticed. We're going to set up endowments or funds that in their name. And Shane has the most history with RILA. He's been so dedicated to RILA and there are going to be changes going forward, but he's still going to be involved. And I'm going to turn it over to Shane to tell us all about RILA and how you can help with your
Are we having an in-person camp this year?
Shane will cover that. So Shane will go into RILA itself now. So go ahead, Shane.
Thanks, Tony. So great to see you guys. It's been a while since I've seen some of the folks around district. It's really cool. I can't see him, but I saw Mark Beatty from Ruidoso, and I'm glad Mark joined Rotary. He's a young person, a MAI like myself, a commercial appraiser, but Mark's going to be a great guy for Rotary. My brother, Jimmy Melver, you send more kids than anyone in district over the years to RILA, Jimmy. Thanks for all the support these years. Of course, Sonny Kellerman and Tom Walker, you guys both as district governors. I think you're, at least on the screens that I'm seeing, the two district governors that have actually been counselors or staff at camp, and that's pretty doggone cool. Bruce Bordner's hiding down there. Bruce, amazing talk 2019. I'm sure Bruce has spoken with you, but we want another leadership talk like that for the next camp. Scott Stafford, goodness, all the transportation needs you've helped us meet from Albuquerque over the years. Absolutely huge favor for Bruce. You're awesome. We turn that over to you and you run it without any issues. Carla Spaniel, I can only see the top of your head, Carla. I think this is the first time I've seen you in years, but for I don't know how many years.
Screen, Carla, if you can, we can see you.
Yeah, we're only seeing the smiley faces and your eyebrows, but anyway, Carla for years has sent so many kids from Southeast New Mexico. I think you're in Mora now, or last time we spoke, you're in Northern New Mexico.
You're on mute.
But again, we hope we see more of that because Carla was, again, a huge addition to the folks that have been sent to RILA. Clint Walker, I thought that was Clint's wife. His hair was so long, but Clint, former counselor, I was like, God, I had to put my glasses on. I'm like, that is Clint. Wow. Steve Westenhofer, Steve, Doc got you involved a while back. You know, one of the worst losses we've ever had. I hope your club understands that, but Doc was so well loved for all of his contributions over the years, all the great people he brought up, all the kids he doctored at camp. An amazing guy. It's going to be hard to replace him. Tom, you've brought Deborah up so many times, Mr. Simon. You're a fixture at RILA, and we appreciate that. Of course, Dick, Dan, I mean, all the other folks there. It's amazing, and I'm hoping I can get Ron Hensley pegged down. He promised to help me out. John Drusdom, Bob Roush, you guys promised to be counselors. I'm going to hold you to it. So,
I think everybody on this call is going to be volunteering to be counselor, right?
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. So I'm devastated that we didn't have a camp last year, and the RILA team worked incredibly hard, hours upon hours, days upon days, weeks upon weeks, tuning into zone meetings on RILA, everything else we could do to see if there was an alternative if it didn't look like we could get shots in the arms of every participant. And that's part of the reason camp was canceled, the live camp. We cannot get the promise of shots in everyone's arms. And you know, following polio and everything else that we've covered, we've got to be behind vaccines. We looked at putting on a virtual RILA. There have been some experiences around the country, but out of all of that, Sonny's sat in on these meetings, Tony, several others. It's exactly like Michelle said, these kids are worn out on computers, and we would be facing a dismal failure for trying to recreate something that we can never create on a computer. We need to stick with live camp. The good news, we are working, we've been working, and we are working every other Friday. The group has an hour-and-a-half meeting. The team members, we're going to build the most solid RILA team ever. We're finally going to bring the gals and the guys together to work as a big, giant team. That's the way it should have always been. That's my one wish, to leave this behind to the next person that follows me. But we're going to build a dynamite team. There will no longer be guys and gals. It's going to be a team. Now, I believe I'll go ahead and mention, but part of that team is Alice Melberg. She's with the Downey Rotary Club. She was supposed to be last year's co-director of the girls camp. She will be moving into chairmanship in my position. She'll also be helping to co-direct the girls camp with Dr. Joan Lewis out of Mark Tobiason's club. Oh, sorry, Jim Hatcher, I forgot to say, I believe Mark's now the tallest guy in district. What can I say? And then beyond that, we mentioned Tony Pino. Tony's going to come back with us again and be the boys camp director. Bruce Davis. Tony, you made a mistake and said I was the most experienced. I'm not.
No,
Probably next to Sonny Brown, Bruce Davis. I believe this summer would have been Bruce's 37th year tied to RILA. And Tony knows, and the ladies that go up and run our camp know that all of the logistics, everything we need is set up, ready to go, and then taken down meticulously and stored properly so that we've got it the next year. Bruce is just an amazing person. Alice is going to be her co-chair will be Dr. Joan Lewis also from Mark Tobiason's Albuquerque club. Dr. Jones served as the doctor last year, but she'll also be the co-director. But as you all know, since we lost Doc O'Connell, we're desperate. We really need, on both sides, to make it fair to everyone, we need some strong medical support. There's always minor injuries. We pray we don't have something serious. We've been very blessed that we haven't had one of us older people have a heart attack or a stroke at camp. But I'm really hoping we can find some Rotary volunteers that would be willing to serve that week. EMTs, nurses, or doctors. It would be so welcome. And again, protect our kids and protect those amazing Rotarians that come up there and give their all for that week. The other thing, as Tony mentioned, is the fact that we are a foundation. I believe most of you that have been around realize that we were, as RILA, the largest budget item on the district budget, pushing $130,000 per year. Our scholarships most recently increased up to $700. We believe we're going to be able to hold at that. But the hope is that with that foundation being started and some of the fellowships that Sonny and Bob will announce at district conference, that we'll get some donations, some that will be long-term things that will be investment, and then some that will help cover some of the annual logistics that we need that'll help us keep in check that $700. I'd love to see that held or possibly dropped down the road because we get some various types of support from around district. I've got people coming out of the woodwork that are just waiting, chomping at the bit to hear what these fellowships are. We're talking some folks that have entertained hopefully some rather large endowments, but we've got amazing people that have sponsored scholarships for years, and they're going to be recognized from now on by some type of fellowship through this RILA Foundation. It's absolutely exciting to me. You know, it's time to move on, let some others in. I'll be there always in the background to support it. I'm going to definitely promote the foundational aspects of RILA because I believe in the program. And any of you folks that have been there or participated as a counselor, or even driving a kid up, you see the changes that they go through. It's absolutely miraculous. I was very blessed to hear a story from Bob Roush's and Scott Stafford's club that I didn't realize Brian Colon, our state treasurer, spoke to your club a couple of weeks ago. I had no idea. Half of his talk I heard was practically on RILA and how it established his life and everything. And now that I've moved my office out to Rio Rancho, I found out that the fire chief for Rio Rancho is a former RILA person. So we just don't realize all the time what we're doing to these young folks and how, with their already great skills, how we've made them even better. But I'm certainly proud of the program. I'm glad to see districts support the foundation, and please hang with all these folks and help them through everything. And when they call upon you for your help, give everything you possibly can of yourself. But God bless all of you guys for everything you've done over the years.
Super, Shane. Any questions for Shane? Okay. Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, I have hey, Shane, where our foundation,
I knew it.
Can they contribute? Will that money, I mean, we can take our foundation and send 6 kids out of our foundation funds?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so that money will,
yeah.
Okay.
It's always been that way, Fred. It's always been that way. But now, there are certain folks in clubs that like to donate for scholarships, but when they give to a club that's not a foundation, they didn't really have a proper IRS legal write-off. So this will allow that.
Right.
So yeah, I'm hoping it'll do that, and yeah, we'll see. But we're going to honor. I know Tony and I didn't mention, but Henry Pick was there with Sonny at the very beginning, setting RILA up, and I hate to say lucky enough to sit in on his funeral last year after he passed, but it was the most amazing story, and I want to share it with all of you that haven't heard it. His son-in-law gave the sermon, and the very last thing he stated was, Henry, on it the last week, he was coherent before he passed. His son-in-law had asked him, what is your favorite accomplishment in all your life? What's the thing you're most proud of? And by God, what he said was RILA, helping Sonny Brown start RILA. And it took me. I just re-energized me, and I hope it energizes you that men like that thought so highly of this program, and every one of us needs to make sure it continues and leaves a great mark on a lot of good kids.
Not only do the kids transform, but the counselors transform at RILA, and it's a great experience. You'll grow as an individual and as a human being to be involved with those kids. They teach us as much as we teach them, and one of the things that we'd encourage is for you to invite RILA campers after their experience to the meetings to do a talk. And now with Zoom, that's really possible. You can reach back into yours and hear from RILAs. In the same way with Rotary Youth Exchange students, I've invited my exchange student from years past to speak at one of our upcoming Rotary meetings. And he can do it from Switzerland and tell us all that he's done and how he's benefited from youth exchange in his life. So youth programs are very, very important to us, and they give Rotary an identity that is just awesome. And with that, I don't think yes, Shane, you have.
Tony, can I make just one closing remark? I saw Louisa was joining us with Rotaract, and Louisa, I want to put a challenge out to you. If any of the Rotaractors would have an interest, we would love to interview them as possible junior counselors for RILA. We would get them up there some way and take care of the costs at the camp. But we want to add that addition. I think it would be a wonderful experience for them, and also enhance the experiences for the other kids at the camp, as well as the counselors.
Yes, that would be great. A lot of my members are new to the whole Rotary world. So it will be nice if one day maybe you can come to your club and give like a small presentation about what RILA is. Actually, I do have some members that told me that went to RILA and that's why they wanted to join Rotaract. But the majority, they're new to this world.
Whatever you need, I'm there for you, Zoom or live. You let me know.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Before we close, I want to reiterate the point Fred brought up. A lot of our foundations aren't able by bylaws to give to individuals. That's why it hasn't been a write-off. But if your clubs now can, through your foundation, give to the RILA Foundation, and then we can offer scholarships. There is a way that's a really important point, that people now can write off their donations, and your clubs monies you can collect them in your foundations and give them to RILA. And that'll be a big help, I think, for people. So
Tony, I have a quick question.
What's that? Go ahead.
I have a quick question. This is Arturo.
Please.
I want to figure out if we had like a database or information about past students that have gone to RILA to try to figure out where they are now. And we have a contact information that we can send just a quick survey and, you know, where are you working now, or for them to give us an update. You know, we have had, for example, I don't know if you were here when I talked about Jasser, who's a RILA camp member, and now he's the president of the club that sponsored him. So I think if we can highlight those, and the other day, I think Lisa was talking about this, and we were talking about how we can make it clear for like RILA or Interact, a pathway to Rotary. So if we can share, for example, Jasser's story in our club, we have, I just wouldn't like his name. But he was a RILA instructor not this summer, but the summer before. Yasir, he was also RILA. So if we can highlight those on our social media, you know, we can get people excited about where they are now, what they've done. And I don't know, just food for thought.
Great.
Arturo, we do have a database that goes back about 12 years. When I took over as director years ago, we started the database. We'd have to talk with Dick Jones because of the private information that's in there. It would have to be someone that's taken the youth protection, all of that. The big question is, are some of those old phone numbers any good anymore? Are some of those emails any good anymore? We've been through the AOLs, the Gmails, so we can try, but I do have that if there's someone that has the time. And I always invite anyone involved with Interact or Rotaract to put on a talk during our live RILA camp, to have a Rotary day so we can get them understanding the steps up to get there. But RILA is a good starting point to get Interactors and then future Rotaractors. And especially with the kids getting ready to go to college, if they knew 2 to 5 colleges that had Rotaract and they fell in love with RILA, it's a stepping stone. You know, I'm busy enough with RILA, I can't do much more, but we offer that to you guys. It's available for you. Just tell us how we can help you fit in, and we'll make it part of the program.
Great, thanks. Well, with
And
that,
Arturo, because of confidentiality and legal constraints, the best way to find those youth alumni is from the club. You know, the club who has maintained relationships with them, rather than the district diving in.
Right, I thought about the organizers of RILA directly, if they can send a survey and try to figure that out, but I'm not sure, because I'm not sure how the clubs keep those records.
Right. Well, I know with Youth Exchange, the records are sealed. Am I right, Michelle?
Well, so the European part of Youth Exchange has very, very, very strict rules. So they have now actually pulled our data away from us, which is complicated because a bunch of the data has now been hidden except for within the last 5 years. But one thing we might start thinking about doing is doing some kind of a cross consent form. You might consider putting it maybe even at the bottom of the RILA form to say, does your family or student want to be contacted next year related to other Rotary programs such as scholarships or youth organizations, and get a parent to sign on the dotted line that they would be willing to let Rotary contact them the following year. Then you'd have to have, of course, the follow through, but
that would be good for RILA too. So that's a good idea, Michelle. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
So thanks, Jeff, for rushing everybody else before us. It gave the youth programs a chance to go all the way to 5:15. But we enjoyed it, and we hope you learned a lot about youth programs, and you got to meet the faces behind, and it's really important to have that connection. And I think it was really important to invite everybody, and thank you again for your time.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Governor Bob, close us out, please.
Well, what a day. It's been a long one, but there's been a lot of good information passed out. I want to, first of all, thank all my LGs and AGs for stepping up to continue to lead our district and help us grow. I want to thank our presenters today for all the information. In general, this is a beautiful day. You chose to spend it with us to make our district better and to move us forward. So I want to thank everybody for doing that, all our presenters, all the time you spent preparing to present today and the time you did and the questions you answered. I want to thank Jeff for all the work he did in putting this whole thing together. Two Zoom sessions, 15 hours or whatever. Amazing. Thank you for doing that. That helps our district continue to excel. I want to thank our district leadership, Sonny and John. Thank you for working with me on these. Your contributions have been invaluable in our growth and the quality of our presentations. So thank you all for doing that. I've got one last video to share to put a dot on the T and cross the I, and we'll call it a day. So.
And it's not an NBC video, correct, Bob?
It's not an NBC video. No, we're not, no, this is actually legal. So here we go.
Well, we're a youth protection guy here, so be careful.
Where's my? Doggone it. Okay. Share screen. My Firefox isn't showing up on my share screen. It was here just a little while ago. Doggone it. Well, I'm not going to be able to help. No, let me try one more time here. I appreciate your patience.
Isn't it amazing how it feels like it's a million hours when you're challenged by technology?
Yes, a mixed
Oh, there
blessing.
it is. There it is. Okay, now we're in business.
Bob, are you sharing audio?
You're not getting the audio on this?
I could hear it till you paused it.
We got audio.
Okay.
Oh, let me try one more time just to make sure.
There's a separate share audio. There's a separate share audio thing you have to click.
Okay, here we go. One more time.
Together we have one voice. Doing good is always our choice. We're on a mission, the same mission. Let's make this clear like 2020 vision. Together we're for the truth, and together for the youth. We open doors of opportunities, work hard to transform communities. And together we are one. Together we are one. Together we'll grow bigger. We'll do good, we'll do it better. We'll rise as one for everyone. The future is as bright as the sun. Together we're for the truth, and together for the youth. We
All right, so let's go forward and unite us and together take action to create a lasting change around the globe, in our community, and within ourselves. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, everyone.
See you next week.
I'll be expecting everyone to know those moves.
Right.
Hey, everyone.
Thanks,
Thank
Bob.
you.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Good night. Thank you, everyone.
Good night.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Are we still there? Hey, Bob, I'm going to email you Alan's contact information. I'll